A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, Jane has left Mr. Race. With Laura and Cokie, she moved to the Ace's bungalow in town. The argument is over an attractive widow to whom Mr. Race has sold the farm. After selling the farm, Mr. Race, Marge, and Betty tried to get into the bungalow, but found Cokie guarding the door and were turned away. This episode takes place the next morning in alternating scenes between the bungalow and Mr. Race's real estate office. But first to the bungalow. The phone rings and Jane answers it. Listen.
Hello? Oh, Cokie, why do you keep calling up here all the time? You're running me rugged answering this phone. Yes, I know, but I'll bet this is the 10th time you've called up if you're a day. I can't be... Oh, who asked you to shadow him? Who do you think you are, Sherlock Holmes? Well, all right then. From now on, you make your reports to Laura. I'm not going to be... Well, Cokie, I hate to get sarcastic and do this, but... There, I hate to do it, but from now on... Laura, why don't you answer this phone when it rings? Did you call me, ma'am? Yes, I called you. Can't you hear this phone ringing? Why don't you answer it? Well, I was going to, but I heard you talking. And besides, I knew it was Cokie, and I didn't think it was important. I'll say the word is not important. That's the 10th time he's called up today. And all he says is, Cokie reporting, all's well. Yes, ma'am, he's bailing the mister. Well, who asked him to? I'm sure I didn't. Who asked him to stand downstairs in front of the office building and watch everybody that comes and goes? And suppose he does come up to see him, or he goes to see her, or vice versa. Who cares? I'm sure I don't. Do I? Well, if you'll pardon the expression, ma'am, I think you do. I do. Laura, go back to your work. Yes, ma'am. I declare a person asks a person a question around here, and just because the person says this is... Laura, stop talking behind your back. Yes, ma'am. What did you say just now? Well, ma'am, I just said you asked me a question, and I answered you, that's all. Well, you got the wrong answer. You know I don't care what he does. That's not what you were saying this morning, ma'am. I was saying when? I heard you talking to yourself, ma'am. Oh, eavesdripping. Oh, no, ma'am. I heard you talking in here, and I thought you was calling me, and I come to the door, and I heard you talking to yourself, and you was saying, is a man worth fighting for? Oh, you heard that, huh? Yes, ma'am. I was just trying to figure out if I should call her up and tell her that I was going to fight for him. I don't know, Laura. Is a man worth fighting for? Well, ma'am. Well, if a woman's husband is so gullible that he falls for the first blonde that comes along, should a wife fight for him? Well, ma'am, is he worth it? That's what I mean. And suppose he does save him from one woman by hook or ladder. How does he know he won't fall for the next one and the next one? Eccentric. Well, as I was saying... That's what I've been asking myself over and over. First, I thought I ought to go and see this Mrs. Adams and tell her to leave my husband alone or else. Then I thought, suppose he says or else what? I wouldn't know what to say. You could say or else you'd wipe up the floor with it. That's just it. I said that to myself, too. And then, suppose he dares me to. Well, do it, ma'am. Wipe up the floor with it. Yes, and then what do I do after I get up? After you get up? Sure, you know she could lift me. Well, you have to fight me. Well, that's just it. Is a man worth fighting for? Well, ma'am, should I go to see her or not? That's what I've been asking myself. I know if I start a fight, I wouldn't have a goat of a chance. But is it worth it? Well, it all depends on the man, ma'am. What do you mean? Well, ma'am, I mean if he's worth fighting for. If he's worth it, then what you ought to do is as plain as the nose on your face, ma'am. Oh, don't get personal, Laura. You should talk about noses. What do you mean if he's worth it? Oh, I mean if you really love somebody, ma'am, you oughtn't to give him up for all the tea in China. There's no tea in China. Oh, yes, ma'am. China? China? There's no tea. Oh, no, ma'am. I mean for all the tea in China. No, Pete, it's a dream. Oh, if that's Cokie again. You answer it, Laura.
Yes, ma'am.
And tell him I'm not here.
Yes, ma'am.
And tell him to stop calling up here so many times.
Hello? Is that you, Cokie? Well, no, she's not here. Well, tell her what? Oh, they did. All right, I'll tell her. But don't you call up here any... Oh, he hung up with him.
What did he say?
I didn't get a chance to tell him. He hung up.
Oh, what did he say ahead of that?
Oh, he said Miss Marge and Mr. Neal just went into the office building.
Marge and Neil, my two best friends, especially Marge. To think that they would be on his side at a time like this.
I am surprised about Miss Marge.
Oh, well, I can't worry about her now when I've got this other worry on my mind. Should I go to see her or not? Is a man worth fighting for? I keep asking myself over and over.
You just sit down long enough to listen to two well-meaning
I don't want to sit down. Don't bother me. Why don't you two go away?
The man's going to be difficult, Marge.
Yes, I see he is. What do you suggest?
Well, first a little persuasive talk, then if that fails, half Nelson.
Oh, why, half Nelson. Why not give him the word?
I think we'd better try to reason with him first, peaceably.
That's wild to me. I don't think there's any reason left
Now,
for
let
that.
you two, Kitty. You just run along. I'm not in the mood for clowning, and I'm certainly not going to stand for you two interfering in my affairs.
Oh, the man admits the fair.
Pretty bad case, I called it.
Isn't this awful? Will you two go away?
Look, my friend, we're here to help you.
I was afraid of that. I don't want help. If she's silly enough to believe the things she does, she can go on believing them. I don't care.
Oh, but I do. If you think I enjoy being thrown out of my comfortable room at your modest little bungalow, you're mistaken. I want to get back. I'm not going to sleep in Mrs. Adams' suite at the hotel another minute. The idea of that woman buying the farm on the spur of the moment and turning us out. The idea of you letting her.
Did I know that Jane had run off to the bungalow? Didn't I think we could move right back into it?
Now, this bickering isn't getting you anywhere. Why don't you listen to this little plan I've concocted and give me your okay?
I won't okay anything.
Well, at least you'll listen. Marge and I thought this up, and we're going through with it.
Going through with what?
The man's getting reasonable. Hurry, before it wears off.
Marge, will you please stop kidding? This is serious with me.
I'm glad you realize it. Now, the thing we have to do is to make Jane see the truth. And I'm going to make her see it.
Oh, but how? She believes the worst. Let her go on believing.
Now, that isn't nice. The thing to do is to make her see the light. Now, I'm going to run out to the farm and explain the whole thing to Mrs. Adams. And I'm going to bring her back to town with me and make her explain it to Jane. Everything that's happened. Well,
I don't like Mrs. Adams mixed up in
It's
this.
the only
what
way.
can you lose? You've sold the lady the farm. She can't back out. She's paid for it.
Well, she won't want to get involved in explaining something to Jane that didn't even happen.
You leave that to me. I think with my charm I can persuade the
With
lady.
his infinite charm.
Yes, thank you, my dear. With my infinite charm, I can make the lady see that he's innocently responsible for breaking up a man's
But it
home.
sounds so silly, especially since it's so ridiculous.
Of course, that's just the point. I'll make her see that it'll only take a few words from her to make things right again.
How about it, Ace? Let him do it.
Let him. I can't stop him.
Good.
Then I'm commissioned?
Well, if you think it will do any good,
Of course it will. Between Neil and Mrs. Adams, they shouldn't have any trouble making Jane see she's worried about nothing.
I can't get over her. Imagine her even thinking anything like that. I wonder if she's worth making this fuss over.
Oh, Ace.
Oh, I mean, if she's going through life suspecting things like that.
She won't any more, not after Mrs. Adams explains it to her.
Of course, she'll see how silly she was.
And I'm going to have her apologize to me if it's the last thing I
We'll
do.
attend to that when the time comes. In the meanwhile, you, young man, off to the war.
Wish me luck.
You call me and let me know the minute everything's straightened out, will you?
So long, Ace.
So long. Oh, how do I get into things like this, Marge? I don't
You know how. It's your own fault.
My fault?
Now, if you told Jane that you had a deal on to sell the farm to this Mrs. Adams, this wouldn't have happened, would it?
No, and another thing that wouldn't have happened is that I wouldn't have sold the farm.
Oh, nonsense.
Well, that's the way Mr. Neff felt. He's a partner here, and it was his instructions I was carrying out.
Well, then don't blame Jane too much. Blame Neff.
Oh, I'll be glad when this is straightened out. How do you like the way she acted last night, actually turning us out of our own home?
Well, after listening to that recording between you and Mrs. Adams, what was she to think? Sounded as if you were plotting to get her out of the way, didn't it?
Oh, I never dreamed. Well, I tell you, I'm really considering the question whether it's worth straightening out.
Now, stop talking like that. You know it's going to be eventually.
Yes, maybe after a struggle.
And isn't she something to struggle for? Come on now, isn't she?
Oh, well.
Close enough to a yes, I suppose. Now, you leave the rest of it to Neil. He'll have it all fixed up by tonight.
We're fighting for, and I did fight for him, and I got him back. He's going to be very conceited from now on to think that I would fight for him.
Yes, ma'am. I guess he would. All men are conceited, I guess.
I don't know if I should fear or not. Do you think I should?
Well, it's like I said, ma'am. If you think...
Oh, who's that now?
I'll answer it, ma'am. It's probably Cokie again.
Well, if it is, I'm going to get good mad. Why can't he...
Hello? Yes, ma'am.
Oh, let me talk to him.
He doesn't even say hello. He just says, Cokie reporting.
Hello, what do you want, Cokie? Why don't you stop calling? So what? You went out alone and left Marge up there. So what? Well, if you're wondering where he went, why didn't you trail him? No money for a taxi. Well, what did you do with that dollar I gave you this morning? Well, who told you to spend all those nickels for phone calls? It serves you right. If you can spend $1 on telephone calls, there's no use talking. Now, you come right back here and behave yourself. Goodbye, then. Got $1 for phone calls.
$1? Well, he didn't call up here that many times.
No, but every time he goes into the drugstore to use the phone, he says he hates to go out without buying something. So he's been buying ice cream cones and chewing gum and, oh, he's going to get sick.
Did he say Mr. Neal left the office?
Yes, and Marge stayed there. So what? I don't know what it's all about. Well, besides, I've got worries of my own. I wish people would leave me alone so I can think things over. Should I go to Syria or not?
Well, ma'am, it's just like I said.
I'm not asking you, Laura.
But you just said should you go to Syria.
I said it to myself, and when I want an answer, I'll give it.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you just leave me alone, will you please? You just go ahead and do your work.
Yes, ma'am. And be clear how some people can enjoy talking to themselves they can't understand for the life of them.
Oh, I don't know. To see or not to see, that is the question.
As the melancholy Jane goes into her soliloquy, little does she know that she's going to see the widow, whether she wants to or not. That is, if Neil's plan works. All of which we learn when next we meet the Easy Aces.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. Comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks, under the direction of Al Lewis. Well, there's no doubt about it. The hopped-up jalopy has replaced the tandem bicycle in most of our high schools. And occasionally, reckless driving poses a problem to the faculty. Our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High, became acquainted with this problem last week.
It was on Tuesday, to be exact, and I became intimately acquainted with the problem. As I was crossing the street, a wild-eyed kid bore down on me in something that looked like a torpedo with 4 wheels and a raccoon tail. If I hadn't been wearing my gym shoes, I would now be welded to the grill of a Model A. At breakfast Wednesday morning, I discovered that Mrs. Davis, my landlady, was concerned about this problem, too.
I tell you, Connie, it's getting so dangerous that the body doesn't want to walk in the street anymore.
Not if it has a head on it, it doesn't.
The poor traffic cops have their hands full.
Well, the police can't correct this recklessness by themselves. We've got to do something about it in our schools. Say, how do you like this for an idea?
Wonderful, Connie. It's just what this town needs.
But I haven't told it to you yet.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I've been seeing a lot of my sister Angela lately. She's so absent-minded, poor dear.
Yes, I know, Mrs. Davis, but please listen to this. I'm going to suggest to Mr. Conklin that we form our own student police force. It would be made up of students who drive their own cars, and they'd have the power to arrest anyone who violated traffic laws.
That sounds good. It's just like self-government, isn't it?
It's more like self-preservation.
Another thing you should do is to start a class in driving at Madison.
You might have something there, Mrs. Davis. You know, Clay City High has a driving class.
I know it. And their principal, Jason Brill, is Mr. Conklin's arch rival. Why, he even donated his own car for the class.
I remember reading about it. Mr. Conklin should certainly go for my ideas, if only to show he's as progressive-minded as Mr. Brill. Oh, that's Walter Denton. He's driving me down to school. I'll just be a minute, Walter. See you tonight, Mrs. Davis.
All right, Connie. Now, don't forget to tell Mr. Conklin your ideas about the student police force and the driving class.
I won't.
And remember our safety motto.
Which one is that?
Which one is what?
Our safety motto.
Oh, that's a dandy one.
Yes, it should catch on in no time. Well, goodbye again, Mrs. Davis.
Yes, indeed.
Good morning, Walter.
Good morning to you, oh, fairest of the faculty. Did you notice anything different today?
Different? Let's see. Oh, yes. You've got jam on your face instead of peanut butter.
No, I don't mean about me. I mean about my car. Take a good look.
Well, for heaven's sake, who stole your fenders? And what are those outlandish pipes sticking out for?
I know you're not very mechanical-minded, Miss Brooks, so I'll make it very simple. Stretch Snodgrass and I hopped it up in auto shop at school. You see, first of all, we dropped the chassis springs, we put in a lightweight camshaft, 2 Winfield downdraft pots, and a 4-port Riley super-speed high-compression head. Do you follow?
Not quite. What did you say after you said, I'll make it very simple?
Just hop in, and I'll show you how this heap of heavenly hot iron can dig out. Comfy, Miss Brooks?
Snug as a bug in the engine room of a destroyer. My legs are sort of tangled up with these pipes and valves, but what's this strange thing sticking out of the engine that looks like a thermos jug?
It's a thermos jug. I strap my lunch to the engine because Mother likes me to have a hot meal these days.
Well, nothing like a nice bologna and battery acid sandwich. Let's get started, Walter.
Hang on, Miss Brooks. I'll turn her over. Here we go.
Connie Brooks to control tower. Connie Brooks to control tower. Please give us a clearance. We're taking off for the next airport. Over and out, and across the river and into the trees.
Well, here we are, Miss Brooks. From your place to Madison High in exactly 4 minutes and 9 seconds. Say, Miss Brooks, you look a little blue. What's wrong?
Nothing's wrong. What color do you get when you hold your breath for 4 minutes and 9 seconds?
I didn't mean to frighten you. Uh-oh. Mr. Conklin just got out of his car up ahead. I better park somewhere else.
I'll talk to you about your driving later on, young man. Right now, I've got something to take up with our beloved principal.
Okay, Miss Brooks. See you.
Good morning, Mr. Conklin. May I speak with you for a moment?
You'll have to wait until I look over this rear fender of mine, Miss Brooks. My dear wife used the car yesterday, backed it out of the garage in her customary side saddle manner. Women drivers. Gad, it'll cost me $10 to have that fender straightened out.
Oh, not necessarily, Mr. Conklin. You could put it into the school shop, and the boys will be happy to fix it for nothing.
Just what I was thinking. The boys in the school shop will be happy to fix it for nothing. Now, what is it you wanted to talk to me about?
The reckless driving among our teenage citizens. The local police force just can't cope with it alone. Now, what I had in mind was a student police force with authority to discipline themselves.
A student police force? But who ever heard of such a thing? It's preposterous.
No, it isn't, Mr. Conklin. The kids would be ashamed to be caught driving recklessly by their own friends. And in conjunction with the police force, I think we should have a driving class at Madison.
You mean you are actually proposing that we teach our students to drive an automobile during the regular school hours?
Those who need it, yes. We could... Oh, look who just got to school.
It's Mr. Boynton, isn't it?
But he's behind you. How could you tell?
by the way your eyeballs spun around in their sockets.
They always do that when I get something in my eye, especially him.
Good morning, Miss Brooks, Mr. Conklin.
Hello, Boynton.
Sir, there's something I want to suggest to you.
In a moment, Boynton. First, I'd like you to listen to an idea I just had.
Yes, sir?
What would you think of our instituting in this school a student police force?
A student police force?
Exactly. One with authority to discipline each and every offender among the student body.
Say, that sounds like a fine idea.
You really like it?
I love it.
I hate it. I mean, that was only part of it.
Please, Miss Brooks, please. I'd like to hear what Mr. Boynton has to say to me.
Well, sir, it was just that I read where Jason Brill over at Clay City has organized a driving class for the students, and I think we should follow suit.
Some days it doesn't pay to get out of bed.
A driving class, eh? Now, that's what I call a sterling suggestion. An extremely original thought, Boynton. It is with a great deal of pleasure, therefore, that I hereby appoint you Madison's driving instructor. You will give your first lesson at 2 o'clock today.
Oh, but Mr. Conklin, I can't give any lessons today. I've got too full a schedule. Besides, this isn't a job for just one person. From what I've read of other schools, it's usually operated by a team of teachers.
Oh, I see. Well, who else should we get?
Well, how about Miss Brooks here?
Miss Brooks? Boynton, are you suggesting that we have a woman teach our already reckless drivers how to operate a motor vehicle in safety? Isn't that like carrying coals to Newcastle?
I don't mind. I'll wear gloves.
Well, I've driven with Miss Brooks many times, sir, and I can assure you she's extremely competent behind the wheel.
I suppose there's nothing else we can do. So against my better judgment, I hereby appoint you one of the instructors, Miss Brooks.
Oh, you won't be sorry, Mr. Conklin. I'll make you glad you picked me. You'll see I'll do a great job with these kids. I'll get them right in line. Yes, sir.
Step back, Miss Brooks. You're fogging my glasses.
Yes, Mr. Conklin. Now, for the head student traffic officer, I'd like to submit the name of Walter Denton.
Walter Denton? But I've seen that idiot drive. To propose Walter Denton as a police officer is devoid of any spark of intelligence, Miss Brooks.
But you're wrong, Mr. Conklin. Don't you see, this is a perfect example of criminal psychology. By making the worst offender a law enforcement agent, he is automatically eliminated as a reckless driver.
Well, that does seem to be a pretty logical argument, sir.
Wait a minute, both of you. While you were talking, I was thinking. Why don't we appoint as head of the student police force somebody like Walter Denton?
That idiot driver?
Don't you get it? By making the worst offender a law enforcement agent, he is automatically eliminated as a reckless driver.
Mr. Conklin, that's a stroke of sheer genius. Let me shake your hand, sir.
Here. Well, Miss Brooks, do you care to add anything to my little plan?
Yes, sir, I would, but there's one thing that prevents me.
Oh, what's that?
I can't seem to get my words out of your mouth.
Brush your teeth with Colgate. Colgate Dental Cream. It cleans your breath.
What a toothpaste.
Water cleans your teeth.
Colgate toothpaste.
Cleans your breath.
What a toothpaste.
Water cleans your teeth.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And the Colgate way stops tooth decay best. More than 2 years' research showed the Colgate way of brushing teeth right after eating helps stop more decay for more people than ever before reported in dentifrice history. Yes, the Colgate way stopped tooth decay best. Better than any other home method of oral hygiene.
No other dentifrice, ammoniated or not, has proof of such results. And you should know that Colgate, while not mentioned by name, was the one and only toothpaste used in the research on tooth decay recently reported in Reader's Digest.
So always follow the Colgate way to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. And stop tooth decay best.
Brush your teeth with Colgate. Colgate Dental Cream. It cleans your breath.
What a toothpaste.
Water cleans your teeth.
And the Colgate way stops tooth decay best.
Well, right after lunch period, Mr. Boynton had to go down to the biology supply house. I wanted him to stay and help me with the driving lessons, but he said he couldn't afford to miss a great opportunity. It seems the supply house had just received a rare shipment by airmail. As I recall, they were either English angleworms or English ingleworms. In any event, I had to stop in Mr. Conklin's office for further instructions.
Well, Miss Brooks, as faculty advisor to the new student police force, you'll be pleased to know that Mr. Stone, the head of the Board of Education, is 100% behind my plan.
Good.
He had one suggestion, moreover, which I believe to be sound. The force will function as a policing agency for both students and faculty. If a teacher is caught violating a traffic law in this area, he or she will be punished accordingly.
That sounds fair.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, I have before me a list of possible penalties for the guilty ones. As you know, we can't fine the students, and it would be inequitable to impose cash fines upon the teachers.
Inequitable and uncollectible.
Quiet. So, for the first offender, I have decided that the penalty will be mowing the lawn every day for a month and cleaning all the windows.
All the windows in the school?
No, all the windows in my house.
But this is a school project. The board would never stand for anybody doing your personal work, Warden. I mean, Mr. Conklin.
On second thought, nothing succeeds like good old KP. Yes, that's it. When we really want to make an example of someone, we'll do what we did in the Army. We'll hustle him up to the cafeteria, hand him a mop, and say, "Get with it, Matilda, make those floors shine."
What branch of the wax were you in? Now, about the driving class, Mr. Conklin, there's one minor detail we've overlooked.
What's that, Miss Brooks?
We don't have an automobile. It'll take quite a bit of time for the board to provide a vehicle for us.
Well, borrow one temporarily.
All right, I will. Mr. Conklin, may I borrow your car for the driving lesson today?
My car? You must be joking. You don't think I'd entrust my automobile to a gang of scatterbrained, bumbling jitterbugs, do you?
But, sir, Jason Brill donated his car to Clay City High.
Jason Brill?
Yes, sir. And every paper in the city ran his picture and a nice story about him.
The silver one on the end is the ignition key.
Stretch, I want to talk to you.
Who wants to talk to me?
Don't let the black turtleneck sweater and the pilot's goggles fool you. It's me, Walter.
Well, for goodness sake. What are you dressed up like that for, Walter? Going to a masquerade?
Of course not. No, I've just been commissioned captain of the Madison High Safety Patrol.
No kidding. When do you go overseas?
No, it's a local office. I'm head of the student police force. You see, I just got my orders from the Board of Education. And Mr. Stone himself told me to be sure and make an example out of any traffic violators. That includes teachers, too.
No fooling.
It's a big responsibility, Stretch.
You know something, Walter? I can see a change in you already.
You can?
Sure, you got jam on your face instead of peanut butter.
Sometimes I wonder how we got to be such good friends.
Oh, look who's come in, Walter. It's Miss Brooks.
Oh, she hasn't seen me since I put this black outfit on. I'll slip the goggles over my eyes and see if she recognizes me.
Okay. Hi, Miss Brooks. Look who's here. Recognize him?
I'd know him anywhere. Baron von Richthofen.
No, ma'am, it's me, Walter Denton. Now, this is the outfit I'm going to wear for tracking down traffic criminals. Well, I've got to get ready to go on patrol, Miss Brooks. Will you excuse me?
Of course, Baron. Walter.
See you later, Captain Denton.
At ease, my man. Well, see you at the lineup, Miss Brooks.
I'm looking forward to it. Well, Stretch, Mr. Conklin sent his car over here to be repaired. Could you tell me where it is?
Oh, it's right there. That's the one I just finished working on.
You?
Yes, ma'am. I straightened out a fender for him. It's as good as new now.
Oh, fine.
Also, I had an extra hour to kill in the shop, so I went under the hood and fixed up Mr. Conklin's clutch, retimed his distributor, and checked his ignition system.
But I've got to give a lesson in that car.
Oh, don't worry about that, Miss Brooks. What I done couldn't make too much difference. Not when I had to work in the dark like I did.
In the dark?
The bulb burned out in my work light. I did the whole job in total blackness.
But why didn't you put another bulb in the work light?
My motto is, don't tackle no new trouble till you conquer your old trouble. I better tell you about a few simple changes I made in the mechanism. I discovered them after I got the light fixed.
I wish I knew more about self-hypnosis. Go on, Stretch.
Well, first of all, to let out the clutch, you use the brake pedal instead.
That's a pretty simple change. All I have to do is put my right shoe on my left foot. Please continue.
Well, I jazzed up the motor so it can really dig out, only you use a hand throttle. The gas pedal now acts as the brake.
It's reversed in the glove compartment?
No, ma'am. I eliminated reverse. And also first and second. And I fixed the ignition so you have to turn it on from under the hood. That way nobody can steal the car.
Who'd want it? Stretch, before I take this flying saucer out of here, are you quite certain I won't have to steer from the back seat?
Gosh, no, Miss Brooks. That'd be dangerous.
Stretch, remind me to mark your next test paper with an empty fountain pen. All right, kids, quiet down. Now, we've completed our basic blackboard work on courtesy of the road, and now we're going to have a practical demonstration out here on the street. Harriet Conklin, I believe your hand was up first.
Yes, Miss Brooks. I'm very anxious to learn how to drive. Of course, I don't know how Daddy will feel about it.
It shouldn't take long to find out. He's standing right at your elbow.
How observant. What is all this, Harriet?
I've wanted to learn for a long time, Daddy. Mother says she thinks I should.
Oh, she does. Well, won't that be bully for me? Mine will be the only car in town being driven by 2 fender assassins.
Please, Daddy. I'll be very careful. And Miss Brooks is here to teach me.
Exactly. I refuse to place my own flesh and blood in jeopardy.
But, Mr. Conklin, Harriet has just as much right to take advantage of this class as any of the other kids.
You said yourself, Daddy, that this school is run on democratic principles. Please let me learn.
Oh, all right. But you're not going to learn from Miss Brooks. I personally will give you your first lesson. Get in, Harriet.
But, Daddy, what'll Miss Brooks...
Your precious Miss Brooks can climb in with us. Now, come on. Maybe I can teach you to operate this vehicle and still eliminate some of the natural female driving instincts.
Before you start, Mr. Conklin, the ignition is on, but I think
Will
you should know...
please get in?
Yes, sir. Mr. Conklin, I'd like to explain something about the mechanism of this car. It's got a new kind...
You want to explain something to me about my own car? Now, that is what I call rich. What are you laughing at?
I guess I'm just a copycat.
Let's get started, Daddy. I'm anxious to get the principles down pat.
When we get started, I know one principle you'll have down.
Ladies, stop the chattering, please. We're about to begin. Now, first, Harriet, to start the car, I press this little button on the dashboard. Firmly, like this.
It didn't start.
No, but all the lights went on.
I'll try it again. There we are. Now, I'll just shift it into first gear. What's this? The clutch won't move.
Of course not. You've got to step on the brake.
Step on the brake? To start my car?
You depress that brake pedal, Harriet. Let's surprise your daddy.
Okay, here goes.
Good heavens, what happened?
Watch where you're driving, Daddy.
Why, yes. We're going 50 miles an hour, and I haven't shifted into high yet.
Mr. Conklin, there isn't any first or second gear.
Isn't any first or second gear?
Boy, this car can really dig out, Daddy.
One more turn like that, and they'll dig us out of the upholstery.
Oh, this is awful. We're at the mercy of this steel monster. I've got to stop it.
I would if I were you. Just step on the gas pedal.
The gas pedal!
You just went through a red light, Daddy.
Now you're on the wrong side of the street. Please, sir, jam your foot down on the gas pedal.
She's taken leave of her senses. We've got a maniac in the car with her.
Calm down, Daddy. Maybe you ought to turn off the motor.
The motor. Oh, yes. Yes, that's what I'll do. I'll turn off the motor. But the ignition switch. Where's the ignition switch?
That's up front, under the hood.
Oh, good. I'll just step out and I'll walk up to the... Under the hood!
Mr. Conklin, there's a streetcar.
It's all right, Miss Brooks. Daddy's passing it on the left.
I know. It's coming towards us.
There's only one way to stop this juggernaut. I'll try to ease it over the sidewalk up ahead and bring it to stop against one of those hedges. Oh, here's a hedge that looks nice and bushy.
What do you know? They trimmed it.
Our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight? Yes, tonight. Show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives you Kay Daumit's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Better than a soap, better than a liquid. Luster Cream is a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight? Yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, as soon as we determined that no one was injured, Harriet tried to console her father about the condition of his car.
The insurance company will take care of your car, Daddy. They may even get you a brand new one.
Oh, you're right at that, Harriet. Say, it could have been a lot worse, couldn't it?
Turn your head slowly to the left, Mr. Conklin.
What?
Stop in the name of the law.
Now, that's what I call a timely command.
Why, it's Walter Denton.
So it is. Well, you just keep your nose out of this, Denton.
You will kindly refer to me as Captain Denton. You forget, sir, I was commissioned by your superior officer, Mr. Stone, head of the Board of Education.
What? But there's no reason for him to hear this.
Not unless you're recalcitrant.
Nice word, Captain Denton.
Miss Brooks. And may I borrow your pencil, please, sir?
My pencil? Oh, yes, of course. Here you are, Captain. We were just driving along at a normal rate of speed, but suddenly things
how do
go
you
off.
spell psychopathic?
Psychopathic. Psychopathic. Now, you don't have to enter too specific a report about this.
Driving down Main Street like a psychopathic idiot.
What?
Psycho.
Quiet. Look here, Denton. Officer Denton. Couldn't we talk this over, Walter? Walter, my boy? Son?
I'm sorry, Mr. Conklin. It's extremely difficult for me in this instance, but I must be ruthless.
It is difficult for him, Mr. Conklin. Walter's naturally very rude.
Here you are, sir. Written on the ticket.
Well, where my glasses fell off when we stopped this booby trap. I can't...
Here, I'll read it for you, Mr. Conklin. It says, for offenses too offensive to mention, starting this evening, the prisoner will serve 30 days on KP.
KP? Me? But I can. I won't.
Something must be done about this. Well, don't sit there, Miss Brooks. Tell me what I can do.
Pick up your mop, Matilda. Those floors must shine tonight.
This is Burns Smith reminding you to tune in next week to another Our Miss Brooks show, brought to you by Luster Clean Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written by Al Lewis, with the music of Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Boynton is played by Jeff Chandler, Mr. Conklin by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, and Leonard Smith.
You want a beauty soap for a beauty bath.
And your bath becomes a beauty bath when you change to proper cleansing with Palmolive soap.
For bathing with this beauty soap brings you the full beautifying effects of Palmolive's mild and gentle lather, proved by doctors to bring most women lovelier complexions in just 14 days.
Bath-size Palmolive is designed to give you everything you need for all-over beauty care. Fragrance for daintiness, mildness for loveliness, purity for gentleness, big bath size for thriftiness.
So get big bath size Palmolive. So mild, so pure, so right for all of you.
If you like mysteries that are as full of chuckles as chills, be sure to hear Mr. and Mrs. North every Tuesday over this same network. And don't miss the exciting and laughable adventures of these amateur detectives. Hear Mr. and Mrs. North every Tuesday night. And be with us again next week at this same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. Stay tuned now for Jack Benny. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Cigarette program starring Red Skelton, Dave Rose and his orchestra, our singing star Anita Ellis, Verna Felton, Lorene Tuttle, Pat McGeehan, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. From Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, we present the star of the Raleigh Cigarette program, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, some week, why don't you say Fibber, McGee, and Molly? We'll get more listeners that way. Thank you. How are you, Rod?
Oh, fine, Red. Well, sure good to see you again.
What'd you do, turn away from me for a minute? You've been looking at me all day.
Well, I only read what's here.
Yeah, read and regret. That's what I say. What's new, Rod?
Well, did you read where a Texas farmer paid $995 for a 1927 Model T?
No kidding. Was that with the motor? Hey, did you hear about the used car dealer that committed suicide and went broke? He accidentally bought one of his own cars.
Well, Red, do you think we're going to have another period of inflation?
No, I think this will be the last one we're going to have. Hey, well, the first person that laughed, explain that to me. After all, it's your program. You just as well let me know what you're laughing at. Pick it up anywhere now.
Say, to read where the voters in... Did you read where the voters in Camden, New Jersey voted against women being allowed to stand and be served at the bars?
Yeah, they probably think that women have as much right to lay flat on their face on the floor as the men.
Oh. Well, by the way, Red, I saw your picture in the paper in connection with the food train last Friday, and really it wasn't a bad picture, Red.
It did me justice.
You don't need justice, you need mercy.
We took that out. We took that out.
Well, you know, that was quite a parade they gave for the Friendship Food Train on Hollywood Boulevard. Did you entertain the crowd?
Yeah, I put on my act.
Yeah, but did you entertain the crowd?
What's wrong? Didn't your check come through this? Please, you know, they're looking for comment. Morgan's going to be out of a job. I may lose this spot, you know.
Well, say, weren't you proud of the way everybody cheered when you went by in your railroad car?
Well, I was until I overheard one little lady standing in front of Tom Brenneman's with a wilted orchid on, you know. I overheard her say, well, thank heavens they're going to railroad that bum out of town.
Listen. That sound of fresh, pure moisture stands for the new, all-new Raleigh 903 cigarette. It's moisturized to cut down throat irritants. Yes, it's moisturized to cut down those throat-irritating tars present in even the finest tobaccos. That's why a jury of 14 distinguished doctors agrees no other leading cigarette gives you less throat irritants than the new, richer-tasting yet milder smoking Raleigh 903.
Yes, Raleigh 903 is moisturized by the revolutionary new 903 process to cut down throat irritants. That's why Raleigh 903 brings you a rich, full-flavored, yet milder smoking cigarette.
Smokers, take the advice of Robert Montgomery, star and director of Ride the Pink Horse, a Universal International picture. Mr. Montgomery says, quote, I tell everybody to smoke the new Raleigh 903, moisturized to cut down throat irritants. The taste is really rich, yet the smoke is mild. Unquote. Follow Robert Montgomery's lead. Smoke Raleigh 903. Remember, it's moisturized to cut down throat irritants.
And here's our beautiful Anita Ellis, and what are you going to sing?
If I Had You.
Oh, you don't want old repulsive me.
I could show the world how to smile. I could be glad all the while. I could change the gray skies to blue if I had you. I could leave the old days behind, leave all my past, I'd never mind. I could start my life all anew if I had you. I could climb the snow-capped mountains, sail the mighty ocean wide. I could cross the burning desert if I had you by my side. I could be a queen, dear, uncrowned, humble or poor, rich or renowned. There is nothing I couldn't do if I had fabulous
The Skelton Scrapbook of Satire. Let's not get carried away, old boy. Hey, he was just made president of the Drummer Boys of America, and he's trying to prove they didn't elect a deadbeat. Tonight we present Chapter 3 of radio's first nighttime serial entitled
The Haircut.
Well, here I am.
If I only had you. Little skinny fabulous you. Well, today my ma's going to give me a haircut, and I sure need one, boy. Yes, sir. From the front, I look like from the back. You know, I got to start taking better care of myself. Just look at my feet. Now, either I've lost a shoe or I've stepped into one. I wonder what I'm going to look like when I do get a haircut. The last time it was quite a shock. I found out that my eyes outnumbered my nose. Well, I don't care how I look. Live dangerously, I say.
Clem!
Yeah?
Where are you?
I'm sitting out here. I'm sitting out here on the front stoop.
Well, move around. It's hard to tell where the stoop leaves off and you begin.
You know, Mo, I kind of hate to let you cut my hair. It means I'm going to have to start wearing shirts again.
Well, did you comb your hair out like I told you to?
No, I'll do it now. Well, that's what I get for going against the grain.
If you want me to cut your hair, you'll have to come a bit closer.
Well, now, you're just as close to me as I am to you, so why don't you come over here? It's downhill all the way.
Don't you sass me, or I'll false up your teeth for you.
Hey, that reminds me, old Doc Doozy says your teeth is ready and he wants you to come in and get them.
Well, I sure do need them. The old ones don't fit right. The uppers don't go low enough and the lowers don't go high enough.
Yes, I've noticed that every meal you're about a half inch short of everything. Hey, look, we've got company. I wonder who that could be.
Well, it says City Dog Pound on the side of the truck.
Yeah.
Howdy.
Well, howdy doody to you, too.
Well, what can I do for you?
I'm from the City Dog Pound. You got a license for that sheep dog?
I ain't no sheepdog.
Look, mister, I won't allow you to insult my boy.
That's it, Ma. Close your eyes when you talk to me or you'll never make it. I won't allow you to insult me either. I'll throw you off of the property, I will.
You think you're strong enough?
I most certainly am. Just feel the muscle in that arm there. Oh, you and your long fingernails. Anyway, I'll tell you can't insult the name of Cadiddlehopper, I'll tell you that.
Your name is Cadiddlehopper?
That's it.
How do you spell it?
Very badly. It's C-I-D-K-A, in the business world, I'm the man called X.
Look, lady, are you going to buy this dog a tag or not?
Now, look. I'm just about to cut my boy's hair.
Yeah.
If you'll stick around, you'll find out he ain't no dog.
Okie doke. I'll wait in my car. When you're through, you call.
Call me a dog. I should have bit him.
Now, son, you just forget it.
Yeah.
Here, sit on this soapbox, and I'll start cutting your hair.
Okay, did you find a bowl big enough to put over my head so you can trim it even all the way around?
No, we'll have to use this bucket.
Well, with my head, a funnel would be more comfortable, you know. Hey, Mo, how come my head comes to a point?
Well, son, your father was nearsighted, and when you was a year old, we caught him out on the porch with his knife whittling. It was almost too late.
Yeah. Well, I sure look mighty funny, but it does help me with my spearmint ad.
Hold still now.
Kind of jokes make me wriggly, you know.
Will, hold still. still. I don't know where to start, at the point or the corners. Your hair sure is long.
Yep, I'm the only guy in the world that can stand in one spot and get lost.
Oh, well. I'll start at the front.
Okay. Rather coarse hair, ain't it, Mom?
Sure is. I just broke my hedge clippers.
Well, here, try cutting it with this. It ain't my hair, it's the devil grass that causes the trouble.
Well, here, maybe this'll do it. There. I got the hair away from your face. Now open your eyes.
My, ain't the world a beautiful place? Tell me, man. All the neighbors are happy I can see again. Is that the sun up there or a hunk of butter?
Well, it ain't a hunk of butter.
Well, I should have known better than to ask. That butter would be much higher, wouldn't it? Hey, you know, save all the hair you cut off. You know, Brillo is still hard to get, more.
Now let me finish.
Okay.
It's still too long. It's too short.
It's too late.
Clem, what are you doing with a football in your hair?
That ain't a football. You're coming to me.
Well, son, that's a dandy haircut.
Yeah.
Now I'll shave your neck and you'll look like a breathing human.
Yeah, okay.
Now get up straight till I shave your neck.
Careful around my Adam's apple. You may cut the stem, you know. I don't want that cider to seep out.
Sit up straight. The soap is going in your ear.
Well, that's all right. It'll run right out the other one. Just run a dry rag through. I don't want it to get it any rustier up there than it is.
There. I'm all through. Oh, my, you look different.
Yeah?
But I never knew you had such long ears.
Oh, I've always known it. Watch what happens when I turn around real fast. The theaters used to hire me in the summertime to shake my head and on air cool the place.
You
I'm
look
sorry
so
I said
much
that.
Now, Clem, you go outside and let the man from the dog pound see you ain't a dog.
Pound?
The dog pound.
No. Okay, well, you think it's okay with these ears?
Stand over where he can see you.
Okay.
Hey, mister, look it.
Jehoshaphat! Boy, he was a big one. Well, thank goodness my meatless days are over, but I'm afraid I'm going to get awful sick of rabbit stew.
Listen. That sound of fresh, pure moisture stands for the new, all-new Rolly 903 cigarette. It's moisturized to cut down throat irritants. Yes, it's moisturized to cut down those throat-irritating tars present in even the finest tobaccos. That's why a jury of 14 distinguished doctors agrees no other leading cigarette gives you less throat irritants than the new, richer-tasting, yet milder-smoking Rolly 903.
Yes, Rolly 903 is moisturized by the revolutionary new 903 process to cut down throat irritants. That's why Rolly 903 brings you a rich, full-flavored, yet milder-smoking cigarette.
Get the new Rolly 903. You'll see the number 903 on the package. Remember, it's moisturized to cut down throat irritants. So, friends, smoke the new, richer-tasting, yet milder Rolly 903.
And now Dave Rose and his orchestra play a special arrangement for his old pal Strangler Lewis entitled Deep Purple. chapter 3 in the scrapbook is entitled A Little Boy and a Dog.
Junior? What happened?
I just wrecked me bicycle.
You don't have a bicycle. It's a tricycle.
It's a bicycle now. Why, women are so slow.
Well, now, stop chattering now, Junior.
Right.
Your grandmother wants to ask you a serious question.
Oh?
I'd like to know who put breadcrumbs in the glass of water where Grandpa keeps his false teeth.
Did somebody do that? Now, who would do the trick like that? I mean, besides me. Well, I didn't know I was doing any harm. They just looked so lonesome there. I thought if I put some breadcrumbs in there, they could have a little midnight snack. Boy, they must have been cold last night. I just heard them chattering all night. Would you forgive me, Grandma?
I'll think about it.
No, you won't. You'll forgive me here and now. You don't, I'm going to tell it on you.
You tell what?
I will tell everybody that you used to be a trainer with a flea circus.
Why, there was no such thing.
Oh, no? Hey, Werner, we're one actor short.
Okay, you hold the dog and I'll get the tweezers. If you want me, I'll be up in my room.
Junior. Now, I want you to remember this.
What?
You're not to touch other people's property, you understand?
Yeah.
You keep your hands off what belongs to us.
Right.
And we'll keep our hands off what belongs to you.
You mean that? You will keep your hands off of anything that belongs to me?
Yes.
Well, boy, I don't need a Supreme Court decision to know that this is the end of me spanking days.
Now, don't be so hasty, young man.
No.
Every mother has a right to discipline her son.
Yeah, but you said anything that belongs to me.
But you don't belong to you, Junior. You belong to me. Now be a good boy and kiss Mother.
I don't belong to me. I belong to you?
Yes.
That's a little communistic, ain't it? Anything that you has belongs to you and everything I has belongs to you, too? Believe me, the committee will hear about that. I hate to do it. I am going to have my own mother investigated.
Now that's enough. Now give me a kiss.
Okay, but kiss me on the forehead. I don't want you to kiss me on the mouth because it's right under my nose and kids will think it's bloody.
Junior. Now run along and play.
Okay.
But don't cross the main boulevard. You've got to give the drivers on your own block a chance.
Yes. Boy, you sure does love me, don't you, huh?
Now you be a good boy while I'm at work.
Okay.
I'll be home early.
All right.
Oh, and remind your grandmother to listen to Walter Tiernan.
Oh, we never miss him. I'm going to go play. I'm going to go play. Everything belongs to her. I'm going to go play. Oh, look at that nice big doggy coming down the street. Hello, doggy.
Hello, son.
He talks, huh? Hey, he sure is a nice dog. Do he bite? I can't take any chances with these little boating legs of mine, you know. What kind of dog he is?
He's a little bit of everything.
Oh, an American, huh?
I'll bet you like dogs, don't you?
Yeah, the last dog I had bit me, so we had to put him away.
Did he have distemper?
Not until he bit me. Boy, he was a nice doggy, though. He was a dachshund. He looked like his mother was part dog and part hot dog, you know. He was a blue ribbon dachshund, he was.
You mean dachshund?
Dachshund.
Dachshund?
No, dachshund. He was the laziest dog I ever seen.
He was,
Oh, yes, boy. He was so lazy whenever he was happy, I had to wag his tail for him, you know. And he was the longest little dog. He was so long, I pat him on the head in the kitchen, and I had to run into the living room to see if he was wagging his tail, you know.
Would you like to have another dog?
I don't know.
You see, I've only had this pup for 3 months, and my wife's allergic to dogs, and I've got to get rid of him. You want him?
Well, I don't know if I could keep him now. He looks like he eats an awful lot.
He only eats 70 pounds of meat a month.
Well, don't tell me Grandma that. That's exactly what I weigh, you know. What kind of dog he is?
A hunting dog.
Oh, yeah. Well, let him hunt for a home, then. Hey, how come his ears are so lopsided?
That's because he's a genuine almost Springer Spaniel.
Really? He looks like he's already sprung out to me.
You two would get along great together.
Yeah, but the food prices, I don't think they would let me keep him, you know. Me grandma sends me to bed now without me supper for the least thing I do, just because food is so high, you know.
Well, you take him, and if he does eat too much, I'll come and get him.
Okay, come on, boy. Give me the leash. I'll take him in the house. Come on, just run in. Come on, boy. Come on. Oh! Come on, don't stand there. Come on. Can we put him on wheels? Come on, doggy. Oh, he minds like I do, don't you? Come on, let's try this again. Come on. Ooh! Now, doggy, please now. We must understand each other. I is the master and you is the servant. What you have belongs to me and what I have is mine. Now, you get my belongings in the house. Come on, doggy, come on.
I'll tell you what. He'll follow me up to the door, and then we'll push him in.
Okay.
Come on, Nicky.
Come on, boy. Oh, I can do the
door. All right, now close the door.
Okay, thanks. Woo, we made it. Now, come on, Nicky. Boy, you a nice dog. Don't you stick your tongue out at me, though. My, what a long tongue you have. Do you like me, a widow? Well, stop that. Boy, you sure leveled off a landing strip on my cheek that time. Keep still. Somebody's coming. Keep still.
Julia, is that you? Good heavens, you've caught cold again.
She didn't see you. Come on, Nicky. Let's see how smart you are. Can you do some tricks? Set up. No reaction. Lay down. Roll over. Let's see your bed. Play dead. Drop dead. Boy, I got gypped on this deal, boy. This dog's an idiot, you know. Maybe he don't understand English. Maybe that is it. He's an Irish setter. Oh, well, I know how to talk to him then. Sure, will you be playing dead for me, Nicky boy? Oh, boy, he's from the old South. Boy, wait till little Dickie Orland finds out I has a dog. Maybe he could be guest star on Juvenile Jury, boy. That reminds me, speaking of that, I better find some food for this dog. I feed him now, and with Grandma, when you go to feed him, he won't be too hungry. Come on, boy, come on. Now, we will see if there's anything in the icebox. Left 25. Right 36. Back at 12. Oh, guys, for a minute, I thought we forgot the combination. Well, we'll open up the door here now. Yeah. Oh, there's the steak I didn't finish last night. It's a minute steak. Do you like minute steak? There's about 30 seconds left on this. Here. Take it. Oh, look at him gobble that up. You know, it hurts me to see you eat like that, little puppy. No wonder he's got my thumb in his mouth. Here, go in there.
Oh, there you are. You've got to take your cough syrup now, dear. Your voice is getting hoarse. Goodness, you sound like a dog. Oh, why, you are a dog. Junior, what have you done to yourself?
Take it easy, Nemo. I over here, the one without the tail, remember?
Sir Walter Raleigh, the pipe tobacco that rates superior on all 5 counts. Check them.
A rich, ripe, full-bodied, burley blend.
Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Mellowed with rum for extra smoothness. Deep down, satisfying goodness.
That's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Clean smoking all the way down. No soggy heel. Leaves only a clean, dry ash.
And that's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Crimp cut for slow, even, cool burning.
Yes, Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
The brand of grand aroma. Keeps home, sweet home.
It's Sir Walter Raleigh. Sooner or later, your favorite tobacco.
Yes, a favorite with college men, servicemen, businessmen. Men everywhere who know and appreciate quality pipe smoking. Smoke Sir Walter Raleigh, the quality pipe tobacco of America.
We always invite you to other good listening throughout the week. Listen to People Are Funny without Linkletter next Friday and join us again with Red Skelton next Tuesday. CARE is a non-profit, government-approved cooperative of the leading American overseas relief agencies, a service through which you may send food and clothing to individuals and groups in Europe. The cost is only $10, but it goes a long way to relieve suffering. For information, address CARE, C-A-R-E, 50
NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Abbott and Costello program, brought to you by Camels, the cigarette that's first in the service. Camels stay fresh because they're packed to go around the world. Listen to the music of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the songs of Connie Haynes, Cliff Nazzaro, tonight's special guest Arthur Treacher, and starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Costello, what are you doing in the bathtub?
Ah, what do you think I'm doing? I'm taking a bath.
What are you doing with your underwear on?
The water's cold.
Oh, will you get out of that tub and put your bathrobe on?
I've got the bathrobe on now.
You're wearing your bathrobe in the tub?
Sure, I don't want to get my suit wet.
Oh, wait a minute. What are you doing in the bathtub on Thursday night?
Abbott, I forgot to tell you, but Lynn Barrett, a beautiful movie star, is coming here for dinner, and I'm going to have a big swanky party.
Oh, are you expecting people?
Certainly I'm expecting people. What do you think I'm going to do? Have a flock of cows?
Not flock, herd.
Herd what?
Herd of cows.
Of course I heard of cows. I'm no dummy.
I mean a cow herd.
Well, I can't have a cow herd. I just say nothing to be ashamed of.
All right. Let's say no more about cows, please. I'm not in the mood.
What mood?
A cow mood.
Who cares if a cow moves? Maybe watch its little kittens.
All right, look, forget about the cows. You don't know anything about cows in the first place.
Who don't?
Wait a minute. Do you know what a cow gives?
No.
A cow gives milk.
No, she don't. You got to take it away from her.
All right, we understand. That's the first thing you've said right. You take the milk from the cow's udder.
I beg your pardon?
The cow's udder.
The cow's udder what?
Costello, you take the milk from under the cow.
You mean the crankcase?
So...
That's the thing that's fastened to the cow's skin.
No, not skin. Hide.
Why should I hide? I didn't do nothing.
No. Hide on the cow.
How am I going to hide on a cow? A cow on top of a cow.
Just a minute, please. Listen to me. Hide. A cow's outside.
Bring her in. Let her listen to the program.
Oh, what? Wait a minute. Quiet. Here comes Ken and Mrs. Niles.
Oh, hello, Mr. Abbott. And you too, Costello. Are you surprised to see me?
No, ma'am. I was expecting a cow.
What?
I mean another kind of a cow.
What?
Another kind of a cow.
Oh, Costello, I'm not a cow. I'm not going to talk to you anymore.
Whoa!
Will you stop that, Costello? That's no way to insult Mrs. Niles.
You know a better way?
Now, just a second, Costello. I'm getting red in the face.
Where are you getting the blood?
Are you calling my Kenneth anemic? Why, just look how trim he is in that blue suit. Why, he looks like Gainsborough's blue boy.
He looks more like Ginsberg's bellboy. A pretty shade of blue, ain't it?
You're a fine one to talk, Fatso.
Me fat? I just dropped 20 pounds.
You didn't drop it far enough.
Oh, now, let's stop fighting, please. Mrs. Niles, Costello invited Lynn Barrett to the house, and he needs some help with dinner.
Oh, well, I might be able to help. I've been cooking for 12 years.
You ought to be well done by now.
No, low.
Get a kisser on that
Quiet.
kid.
You see, Mrs. Niles, what Costello really needs is a butler. Do you know where we can get one?
Well, my uncle runs an employment agency.
Well, that's fine.
Here's the address. Just go over there and ask for my uncle.
Oh, that's very nice of you, Mrs. Niles. What's his name?
You go. Ask for him.
Yes, ma'am. I go, but who do I ask for?
She told you go.
I know I go, but I gotta ask for somebody.
Well, I told you to see my uncle.
Uncle what?
You go.
Now, don't say that again. Don't tell me I go.
Stop saying I go when Mrs. Niles says you go.
All right. You go, and I won't have to go.
Costello, you don't understand. My uncle's first name is Hugo.
Oh, why didn't you say that in the first place? What's his last name?
Guess it.
Why should I?
What? Why should you what?
Guess his name.
She didn't tell you to guess his name.
Mrs. Niles, didn't you tell me his name was Hugo?
Yes.
What's his last name?
I said guess it.
That's what I thought you said. Is it Murphy?
No.
Is it Jones or Smith?
No, Costello. Guess it.
Costello, I told you for the last time. You go guess it.
You go jump in a lake. Close and all.
I'll do nothing of the kind. Come, Kenneth.
Well, Costello, they're mad again. Now you've burned your bridges behind you.
That's okay. I won't show with my coat on.
Now, come on, nonsense. You've got to have a butler for the party. Now, here's Mrs. Niles' uncle's card. Call him up.
Boy, this sure is for a funny phone number.
What does it say?
Established 1903.
That isn't the phone number.
It's right here on the car.
No, nothing of the kind. That's the year he started the employment agency. He founded it in 1903.
Oh, he founded the business? Who lost it?
Nobody lost it.
But how could he founded it if he didn't lost it?
Costello, I said he founded it.
Can I help it if you don't speak good English?
Yeah, Costello, please, you should be ashamed of yourself. Mr. and Mrs. Niles were kind enough to tell you where you could hire a butler. I was kind enough to explain how to contact the man. But did you appreciate it? No. All you do is stand there and give me silly answers.
Oh, I'm a bad boy.
And you certainly are.
Don't tell my scoutmaster on me.
Well, I should.
Oh, if you do, he'll take away my scout pins. Gee, Abbott, anything but that. I have one pin for courtesy. I got one pin for bravery and one for safety.
Wait a minute. I can see the pin for courtesy and the pin for bravery. Where's the pin for safety?
It's holding my pants up.
Oh!
High over an island marked for invasion flies a lightning fighter plane with cameras in its nose instead of cannon and machine guns. Its only protection, the skill of its pilot. They've got what it takes, those unarmed reconnaissance pilots, and so has their cigarette, Camels. First with men in all the services according to actual sales records. To our island bases go Camel cigarettes by the ton, and we know they'll be fresh, cool smoking, and slow burning because Camels are packed to go around the world. More Camel cigarettes overseas may mean less in your store, but remember, when you get Camels, you always get more flavor, the result of expert blending of costlier tobaccos. Camel's tobacco standard is the same for soldier, for civilian, anywhere in the world. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camel cigarettes. They stay fresh because they're packed to go around the world. Freddie Rich and his orchestra play a Cole Porter favorite. I get a kick out of you. Come on, Costello. The You Go Gets It employment agency is right down this hall. Now, let me handle this, and I'll get you a butler.
Now, look, Abbott, I'm just expecting you in Barry. Why do I need a butler?
But a butler in your house will make you more stable.
Stable?
Certainly. Just picture a butler in his livery.
What I got, a house or a livery stable?
Did I? You don't understand. He'll make you distinctive. He'll give your house a certain air.
What am I hiring, a butler or a skunk?
Oh, come on, shut up. Now, come on in the employment agency, and let me do the talking, please.
Oh, please. You've got to get me a maid. My maid quit today after 15 years. I've lost my maid. I've lost my maid.
Hey, mister, why did your maid leave?
She caught me kissing my wife.
Costello, look, please. Never mind him. Let's talk to the clerk at the desk.
How do you do, gentlemen? What can I do for you?
Well, I'd like to hire a butler.
You'd like to hire a butler? Oh, you mad, impetuous boy!
All right, brother, don't knock yourself out. I just want to hire a butler.
You just want to hire a butler?
What am I laughing at? I mean,
oh, you fool. Why don't you ask me for a date with my wife?
Okay, but one thing at a time.
Now, I'll have to ask you a few questions for my file. First of all, do you work in a defense land?
No, I don't.
Then how can you afford a butler? Do you own any steel mills?
No.
Polo ponies?
No.
Steamship companies?
No. I'm in a rut, ain't I?
Now, listen, clerk. We're in a great hurry. Haven't you got a butler we can hire?
Well, there is one, Judson. But right now, he's over there. Mr. Morganville, the millionaire, is talking to him.
Now, listen, Judson. I'll give you 5 nights a week off and $1,000 a week. All right, make it 7 nights a week off. I'll give you my car. I'll do your laundry. All right, you're hired. Now, please stop twisting my arm!
Nobody's looking. Lucky fellow. He's got a butler just by a twist of a wrist.
Look, clerk, this isn't helping us. We've got to have a butler. Lynn Barry, the movie star, is coming to dinner tonight.
Lynn Barry coming to dinner? Oh. So you'll be putting on the dog.
No, we're having roast beef. What kind of talk is that?
Come with me and see our manager, Mr. Nazaro. Right this way. Mr. Nazaro? Yes? This is Mr. Abbott and Mr. Costello. Costello would like to hire a butler.
You want to hire a butler? Good heavens, man, don't you realize that butlers can't earn a salary to eat, and he can't reach the self-remorse to reach the self-remorse to work the surveillance week? It isn't that I want to raise the state, but the boss of salary could pay this horse for the railroad salary.
And maybe he'll be reclassified.
You don't understand. Look, Brown, didn't you tell Mr. Costello that the castle raises salt and the bites of bites hasn't got any forks? And didn't you tell him that the Reese's salad face with the whole surveillance? Didn't you tell him that?
Yes, I did.
You didn't say that, brother.
Now, don't interrupt the man.
That's right. I'm trying to show you that that's the role of place to me. Now, not that they catch me. Or rain will fall and celebrate lightly. You get the picture I'm painting?
Yeah, but you smeared it up in the middle.
Costello, he's trying to tell you that today most people are doing their own work. Even Cary Grant washes at his house.
Yes, Costello. Do you wash?
Certainly I wash. What do you think I am, a slob?
No. All the picture stars are washing. I passed Ann Sheridan's house yesterday, and I saw her washing her counterpanes, her Ross's soap, and Phil the Mobile. And even a little Jim soap cover. Don't you wash your Dwang and Phil Pulgan, do you?
I do, but the buttons break off.
Never mind your buttons.
Never mind my buttons. What do you want me to do, be a pin-up boy?
Mr. Costello, let me ask you a question. When you had your last butler, did you pay him Babbitt-Ditt?
No, I only paid him Babbitt-Ditt.
Why didn't you pay him Babbitt-Ditt?
Because he didn't did it.
Look, Costello, now let's not get nasty. I'm trying to tell you there's a shortage of men. Butlers today aren't just a cat for Foster with a silvery hypnic rails. Why, even my butler cast across the street. I tried. I said, 2 governors. Did you ever sell reports of each? Bring my conjuring. Bring my subteldrape. Bring my corsets. And he won't even give us a mailer face. You see what I mean?
Frankly, I'm a little confused.
Why don't you pay attention to the man then?
That's what's confusing me.
Well, I could put it another way.
You could? But would you?
Now, just a minute. You can't come in here and tell me how to categorize the salary available box. Or even answer with it. When you know that I'm the only one who tries to state it, what do you think I am, a castrant? It's men like you that Captain Foster's South will have everybody cross with him in a salary base. And they're the hitting gin so on.
Fuddle-dee-duddle.
Fuddle-dee-duddle? That doesn't make sense.
That don't make sense!
Of course it doesn't.
It certainly does not.
Of all the ridiculous things I've ever heard in my life, it's fuddle-dee-duddle.
All right, brother. What would you have said?
I have said, we St. These Foskett did celebrate the moment.
That's the word I've been trying to think of.
Get out of here.
with me, kid, if that's the way you want it, baby.
If that's the way you want it, baby, baby, that's the way it will be. I'll wait for you forever, baby. I'll wait because I'm sure that you're waiting for me. The day will come, I don't mean maybe, when you'll be mine, but definitely. If that's the way you want it, baby, baby, that's the way it will be. Time's a wasting, wish that we could hasten to the man with the collar turned around. I'd like to do it right away, but you'd rather wait. So I say, if that's the way you want it, baby, baby, that's the way it will be. I'll wait for you forever, baby. I'll wait because I'm sure that you're waiting for me. The day will come, I don't need maybe, when you'll be mine, but definitely. If that's the way you want it, baby, baby, I'll be waiting, sitting here awaiting. Baby, that's the way it will be.
Try a Camel cigarette, says the fellow on the radio, and you say, I have. You liked it, didn't you? And yet, maybe you're not a steady Camel smoker. You see, 1 or 2 Camel cigarettes aren't enough to appreciate what more flavor really means. Camels do have more flavor. Ask anyone. It's the result of our expert way of blending costlier tobaccos. This extra flavor is what helps Camel cigarettes hold up, keep from going flat, no matter how many you smoke. Give your second pack of Camels a thorough checkup in your T-zone. That's taste and throat. Your proving ground for flavor. Yes, and for Camel cigarettes, smooth, extra mildness, too. And remember, Camels stay fresh, cool smoking and slow burning, because they're packed to go around the world. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels, they're first in the service. They've got what it takes.
Well, Costello, come here. What are you going to do? Here it is, the night of your big party for Lynn Barry, and you haven't got a butler.
Yes, but we did get a cook. I'll call up the kitchen and tell her what to do.
Now, be careful what you say now.
Hello, kitchen. This is Mr. Costello. I want to talk to my cook, Mrs. Blank. What? She did? At 4 o'clock in the morning? Wow! How much did it weigh? 9 pounds? At her age, too. How do you like that, Abbott? Mrs. Blank got up at 4 o'clock this morning and ate a 9-pound turkey.
No.
I never heard of such stuff.
Hey, Costello, that must be Lynn Barry.
Lynn Barry?
Barry, don't get excited now. Take it easy.
I like her because she's a big girl.
I know.
Barry.
Yeah, all right, now, don't get excited.
Boy, at last. I'll go to the door. 50 pounds of ice for Mrs. Smith. Mrs. Smith lives next door.
Hey, do you mind if I leave it here? Her husband's home.
Right.
I guess her husband don't like ice.
Oh, look.
Oh, that was a pipperoo.
Well, Costello, you'd better forget about Lynn Barry. I don't think she's coming.
Oh, no? I'll bet that's her now.
A pair of us for me.
Hello, Lynn. Oh, Lynn, my darling. My precious one. My loved one. My own little snooky. I love you.
Boy, oh boy, have I got the wrong number.
I can't stand this waiting. I'm losing my mind.
Oh, behave yourself. You're not losing your mind any more than I am.
That's close enough.
Yeah.
Abbott, this must be Lynn Barry. I'll answer it. Darling, come into my arms.
I say, aren't you a bit high-strung, old boy?
Costello, look who it is. It's Arthur Treacher.
Treacher.
Now, that's my line. Please.
I just want to find out his professional business.
That's right. How do you do, Mr.
Find out if he is a lifesaver. You know what I mean.
No.
Thank you.
How do you do, Mr. Treacher? I'm Bud Abbott, and this is Lou Costello.
I'm glad you told me. I thought it was cabbage cooking.
Now, wait a minute, Treacher. The only reason I don't poke you in the nose is because I'm bigger than you.
It so happens that I'm bigger than you.
That's a better reason.
Look, Mr. Treacher, don't mind Costello. He was expecting Lynn Barry, and he's down in the dumps.
Yes, that's where she told me I'd find him.
Now, wait a minute, Treacher.
Mr. Treacher to you, punk.
Mr. Punk to you, Treacher.
Now, stop that, Costello.
I want to know what he's doing here. What are you doing here, Shorty?
For your information, you poisonous person, I am Miss Barry's butler. Before she sets one dainty foot in this hovel, I wish to inspect the premises, the service, and the food here. Here? Yes, here. Oh, yeah.
Costello.
Oh, let's go.
Now, listen, Costello.
Our boy.
Yeah. Now, that is a bit nice.
Our boy and Costello.
Now, Costello, that is a bit nice coming.
What kind of talk?
Please.
Come here.
Costello. There's a reason.
Sit down, you...
No. Here. Don't talk like that.
Over here.
Yes. Lou, don't you understand?
Over there.
Well, don't you understand, Lou?
Somebody better talk besides me.
Now, wait a minute. Come here, Lou. Don't you understand? He's English.
He's English?
Yeah.
If he was any more English, he couldn't talk at all.
Over here.
Look here. Look here, Treacher. Who are you to come in here and question Costello's official standing?
After all, I sprang from nobility.
You didn't spring far enough.
No,
you didn't spring far enough.
I'll have you know that my family is very prominent socially. My father has a country seat in Wembley and a city seat in Devonshire.
Your father has 2 seats?
Yes.
Does Ripley know about it?
Costello, be careful how you talk to me.
Abbott, don't you start talking like that,
Now,
brother.
wait a minute, please.
Make it more pronounced with Costello.
All right, Costello.
That's better.
Be careful how you talk to Mr. Treacher. He's a polished gentleman.
He sounds like he's shellacked.
You don't understand.
Now, look here. I'm from Eton.
You're from Hunger.
You're impossible. You're absolutely impossible.
Hey, you're nuts.
Here.
Over here.
No. Mr. Treacher's an educated man. He's a linguist.
Yes.
You told me he was English before.
Yes.
A linguist.
What's the difference between linguist and English?
Never mind.
Wait a minute.
I can't say either word anyway.
Man, will you? Yes, perhaps I can make you understand in French. Parlez-vous français? Oui. Bien. Vous avez étudié dans une pension? Ah, oui. Combien des ans habitez-vous dans le Tavern à Paris? Oui.
Hey, Abbott, I'll bet he runs out before I do.
Quiet, will you, please?
Now, look here. You might as well know it, old boy. I'll never permit Miss Barry to attend your dinner.
Oh, yeah? There's Miss Barry now. Hello, Lynn, my darling.
Oh, it's me, Mrs. Niles. Am I late?
Yeah, by about 40 years. What is this, witch's night out?
Costello, please.
Boy, you sure get around. What, do you got, a C-card for your broom?
Oh, stop, Costello. Mr. Treacher, I'd like to have you meet Mr. and Mrs. Ken Niles.
Which one is Mrs. Niles?
Now, wait a minute, Treacher. I don't go for that.
Not so loud.
After all, which one is Mrs. Niles? These people are friends of mine. All of them are friends of mine. Which one is Mr. and Mrs. Niles? How do you like that, Abbott?
Good for you, Costello.
You keep out of this, Kenneth.
Kenneth, are you going to stand for this? Costello is trying to make a man out of me and a woman out of you.
Maybe we'd be happier that way.
Will you please stop those fights?
I've heard enough, Costello. I can never allow Miss Barry to associate with an illiterate like you.
Gee, Treacher, don't keep Lynn Barry away from my house. You don't seem to really know me.
I don't seem to really know you? Huh. You corpulent little corpuscle. Do you realize you just split an infinitive?
Why? Does it show?
No, you dummy. He's correcting your grammar. You made a mistake.
Who made a mistake? Now listen here, Mr. Treacher. When the adjective modifies the predicate adverb, then the pronoun of the subjunctive mood modifies the dangling participle, leaving the infinitive unsplit. Do you know what I mean, Treacher?
Certainly.
Then explain it to me.
Costello, you're not going to get Lynn Barry this way. You know that.
Gee, Mr. Treacher, I gotta have Lynn Barry here. I'm in love with her. She's my whole life. She means everything to me. I gotta have her. I can't live without her.
Does she really mean that much to you?
Yeah, she's the only one that can string my yo-yo.
Very well, if she means that much to you, let me see how you'd make love to her. Now, just imagine that Mrs. Niles here is Lynn Barry.
What an imagination you got, brother.
Do what the man says. Take Mrs. Niles in your arms and kiss her.
Oh, Miss Rabbit, in my whole life, I've only been kissed by two parties.
Yes, ma'am. The Democrats and the Republicans. That's enough. I thank you, Mother. Come here, my proud beauty.
Oh, I'm not proud.
You're no beauty either.
Well, Costello, what are you waiting for?
Go ahead and kiss her.
Not me. Treacher, if you know so much, you kiss her.
I kiss her? Now, look here, that is, honestly, you can't really expect...
Oh, what have you got to lose? There'll always be an England.
Oh, come on, Mr.
Over here.
Yeah.
Quiet.
Now, Mr. Treacher, you show Costello the proper approach to kiss Lynn Barry. Take Mrs. Niles in your arms.
All right, I'll do it. I have her in my arms.
Now, you put your
What
face...
do I do now?
You put your face next to hers.
Yes.
Now you're cheek to cheek.
Yes.
From where I'm standing, it looks like a dead heat at Bay Meadows.
Quiet.
Now what do I do?
Now, Treacher, you kiss her.
And now what do I do?
Give her back her teeth.
Abbott and Costello will be back in just a moment.
Thanks to the Yanks of the Week. Tonight we salute Marine Private John Perella of Springfield, Massachusetts, whose patrol was cut off behind Japanese lines on Bougainville Island. Knowing that an American barrage was scheduled to hit this very spot, Private Perella volunteered to swim a strange tropical river past enemy positions and, in spite of heavy enemy fire, continued till he reached American positions, just in time to prevent his companions being killed by our own guns. In your honor, Private John Perella, the makers of Camels are sending to Marines in the Pacific 300,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the 4 Camel shows honors a Yank of the Week, sends 300,000 Camel cigarettes overseas, a total of more than 1 million camels sent free each week. In this country, the traveling camel caravans have thanked over 3.5 million Yanks with free shows and free camels. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 4 times a week, a short wave to our men overseas and to South America. Listen tomorrow to Jimmy Durante and Gary Moore, Saturday to Bob Hawke and Thanks to the Yanks, Monday to Blondie, and next Thursday to Abbott and Costello with their guest, Miss Lynn Barry.
Good night, folks. We're a little late. See you next week.
Good night, folks.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show with our guest, Lynn Barry. And remember, Camel cigarettes make the best Christmas gift of all. Whenever you buy them, wherever you send them, Camels will be fresh because they're packed to go around the world. This is Ken Niles wishing you all a very pleasant good night from Hollywood.
This program has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is spoon. S-P-O-O-N.
Really?
You bet your life.
more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
I thought he was all washed up. Oh, that's me. Well, here I am again with $4,500 for one of our couples.
We invited some school teachers to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mrs. Marion Helber. Her partner is a schoolboy, Mr. Melvin Leon Hunt. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you use every day. Miss Marion Helber, huh?
That's right,
Mrs.
Oh, yes.
Mrs. Marion Helber and Mr. Leon Hunt.
That's right.
Mrs. Helber, where are you from?
I was born in Waterloo, Iowa.
Where?
In Waterloo, Iowa.
Oh, I used to play in Waterloo.
Did you?
They have a bridge there connecting the two
That's
different
right,
parts
they
of the
do.
town. Yeah.
And they quarrel about the east and west side of the river?
I
which is
just
better
quarreled
than
about
two?
the bridge. I didn't quarrel about it. When they froze to death once.
That's right. Very cold place.
I don't blame you for leaving Waterloo. It's a lovely town, and the DeSoto Plymouth dealer in that town is really a fine fellow. I know him very well.
They're all fine.
He lives on the bridge. You know. Now, Mrs. your mother's Helber. Are you mother's little Helber?
Oh, no, it's Helber, B.
Oh, I see. I don't see very well. You'll have to forgive me. Now, I realize it's gauche to ask a woman her age, so I'll be subtle about it. How old are you?
Well, I'll just be just as subtle. I'm 61.
Well, you don't look it.
Thank you.
I thought you were
I
about
don't
48.
see it. Thank you.
Melvin Leon Hunt, huh? How old are you? I guess you'd be around 45, wouldn't you?
11.
11? Well, you don't look a day over 30. Are you sure you're 11?
11 3/4.
That's better. When I ask a question around here, I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Except during election year. Now, you're a school teacher, huh, Mrs. Helber?
I am.
Uh-huh. What grade are you in?
4.
Really? Why, Melvin's only 11 3/4, and look where he is. Melvin, where are you?
B7.
B7?
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like a vitamin. How long have you been teaching school?
I'm on my 41st year.
Really?
That's right.
You certainly must be sick of apples by this time. What about you, Melvin? Have you got a girlfriend?
Well.
Now, quit beating around the bush, Melvin. What's her name?
Cheryl.
That's a pretty name. How does she spell it?
Don't ask me.
Well, who do you want me to ask, Mrs. Helber? Could you describe this girl, since you don't know how to spell her name? What does she look like?
Well, she's kind of tall and skinny, and she's got she's blonde.
How much taller than you is she?
A
foot?
No.
Do you contemplate matrimony with this charmer?
What do you mean?
Do you ultimately plan on being betrothed?
No.
Now, what did I say that time?
A dictionary round?
Do you have any hobbies, Melvin?
Well, I have stamp collecting and I like archaeology.
What is that? What's archaeology?
Well, it's studying ancient ruins.
You're not being personal now, are you?
Well, insinuating is what you mean, no.
Mrs. Helber, what does insinuating mean? Well, I've enjoyed this little chat, and Melvin, you're a fine boy, and we expect great things of you someday, but not in school. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $4,500 question. Right now, I'd like everyone to listen to this.
America's most spectacular new car. That's what everybody is saying about the new 160-horsepower DeSoto Fire Dome 8. Tomorrow, get acquainted with all of DeSoto's great features.
that mighty 160 horsepower Fire Dome V8 engine, and full power steering. With power steering, you can actually turn the wheels with one finger, even when the car is at a standstill. Why, parking is as easy as dialing a phone. But DeSoto brings you not just power steering, but full power steering. That means easier, safer driving for you on all kinds of roads, under all conditions, all the time, not just some of the time. And listen to this. DeSoto's full power steering requires not the usual 5 1/2, but only 3 1/2 revolutions of the steering wheel to turn the wheels from one extreme to the other. Think of how much faster and easier it is to turn corners and to park. Remember all these DeSoto advantages before you buy any car that claims to offer you power steering. Only the DeSoto type of power steering is full power steering. So stop in at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers tomorrow and get behind the wheel of the spectacular new DeSoto Fire Dome 8. Also see and drive the DeSoto PowerMaster 6, available in custom and deluxe models. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the low-priced car most like high-priced cars. So no matter what price range you may have in mind, you'll find the car you want at a DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
All right, now let's see how you work together as a team. George, explain the rules, huh?
You bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions.
We call him Fire Dome. Fire Dome Fenneman.
You bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions, and the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $4,500 DeSoto Plymouth question later in the show.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected mountains and lakes of the world. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you risk?
19.
19. Where is Fujiyama?
Japan.
Japan is right.
You're on your way. You have $39.
Now remember, you're going for $4,500 tonight. How much of the $39 you're going to try?
38.
All right. In what country is Lake Louise?
Canada.
Canada is right.
You now have $77.
76.
All right. Where is Mount Popocatépetl? Popocatépetl.
Mexico.
Mexico is right.
Now you've climbed to $153.
And they say school teachers are underpaid. All right, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the swag are you going to go for?
150.
150.
152. Come on.
152.
52. Sure.
Where is Mauna Loa?
It's in Hawaiian Islands.
Hawaiian Islands is right.
And you wind up with $305.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Groucho, we have a housewife and a bus driver for you now. They volunteered just before we went on the air. Mr. Irving Maddox and Mrs. May St. Ange. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you use every day. Mrs. May St. Ange and Mr. Maddox. Right?
Right.
Mr. Maddox, where are you from?
Lexington, Missouri.
Isn't that where the Minutemen fought the British?
No.
You're pretty safe in saying that, huh? And Mrs. St. Ange. It sounds like a frozen drink.
Oh, no.
I'll just call you May. That's your first name, isn't
They
it?
call me Grandma May because I have 15 grandchildren. And all the children in the neighborhood call me Grandma May. They didn't call me Grandma May.
Okay, where are you from, Grandma?
Superior, Wisconsin. And we have the largest ore docks in the world there. And we
You
also
have the largest what?
ore docks. They ship ore to and take it down the lake.
Oh, ore docks. Oh.
Ore docks. And then we have a new pipeline
I
there,
thought
too.
you were talking about cattle. Well, how is your ore docks, Grandma?
Oh, they're just fine. We have shipped more tonnage there than any other port in the world.
Well, I'm delighted.
We
that
have a
you-
new pipeline there, too.
You have,
But that makes the city smell. We don't
Yeah,
really
yes.
like it. We're bringing in the money, but we really don't like that
No.
smell.
It
You can't
smells
help
too
it.
rich, huh?
When the money comes, you can't help it. It smells.
This is the walking phonograph needle. How long? I'm afraid to ask her another question. It may take about 20 minutes the next question. How long have you been living in California, May?
Oh, we're only tourists.
Only tourists?
We're just touring.
We're all tourists in California.
It's so cold at home that we come out here to get the warm weather.
Well, doesn't the Orthodox keep you warm in the winter?
Oh, no. They even close up in the winter. It freezes up there. It gets as cold as 40 below, and it costs so much to heat that we can almost live out here for what it just to keep us warm up there. We rented our house and let other people freeze and then...
That's a good idea. Huh?
No, look at out here.
And what, Mr. St. Ange, that's a curious name. Where did you get it?
My husband. He's nice, too.
Is your husband a saint?
Oh, no. He likes to take a drink and chew snuff. He's got beautiful white hair, though. Oh, a lot of white hair.
He chews snuff, did you say?
Mm-hmm.
How did you meet this snuff chewer?
Well, I was running the... Oh, he's not a snuff chewer. Just once in a while. You know.
Just during the day, huh?
I was running an old lady's home, and he came there to paint.
Just a moment.
The walls and ceilings, you know.
You were running an old lady's home?
And he came there to paint.
And he came there to paint?
Mm-hmm.
There were men in this place, too?
Yes, I had 6 men. Because you have to have a man around the house to keep the old ladies contented, you know. They cooked for them, and they spoiled them, and... You know, you have to have a man around the house to be happy.
How old were these men?
Over 80. But some of them were pretty peppy.
Did you have a good ball club there?
Oh, no, I'm not interested. I used to play cards.
Why did you have these men there for? I don't understand.
Well, they used to run errands for the ladies. They used to
run errands?
Oh, yeah. Sure, some of them could run.
This is the only place where they ever walked errands. Well, it's been very interesting talking to you two, especially you, Mr. Maddox.
What chance does a man have? They're just nice to have around the house.
And yes, they are.
They are. They're nice to have around the house.
May, if you really want to see the country, get yourself a new DeSoto Fire Dome 8.
My sister-in-law up in British Columbia has a new DeSoto.
Now, you're going to play your bet your life. You beat our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $4,500 question.
The school teacher and the schoolboy won $305, and the secret word is spoon.
All right, here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected locations of United States cities beginning with forts and saints as your category. Here's your first question. How much will you bet? You have $20.
That's 19.
$19.
Or 1980. Let's bet it. 1980. 1980.
All right, and what state is the city of St. Paul?
Oh, Minnesota.
Minnesota is right.
That's a castle.
Well, you're on your way. You have $39.80.
Remember, you're going for $4,500 tonight. How much of the $39? How much of the $39.80 are you going to bet this time?
39.
39. All right, and what state is the city of Fort Wayne?
Indiana.
Indiana. You now have $78.80. How much of this are you going to bet?
78.
In what state is the city of St. Joseph? This city was
Missouri.
Missouri is right.
You now have $156.80.
How much are you going to bet?
156. Okay.
156. In what state is the city of Fort Worth?
Oh, Texas.
Texas is right. Real good. A real shot.
You wind up with $312.80.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
We have an engaged couple for you now, Groucho. They're very special guests. I think after you've talked to them for a while, you'll find out why I invited them to be on the show tonight. So let's meet them. Miss Rose Aranda and Sergeant Joseph Rodriguez. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and you'll win $100. It's a common word, something you use every day. Pretty cute couple, huh? Let's see, you're engaged and you're very special, eh? Well, I don't know about Joe, but Rose, obviously, you're not the last rose of summer. You look real special. Sergeant Joseph Rodriguez, huh?
That's right.
Where are you from, Joe?
San Bernardino.
How old are you?
I'm 23.
23, eh? You're kind of mild-looking to be a tough Army sergeant. Where are you stationed?
In the ORC headquarters in San Bernardino.
What is that? Is that OXOR? What does ORC stand?
No, that's the Organized Reserve Corps School there in San Bernardino.
Oh, you're in the reserve, eh?
No, I'm on the administrative staff. I do a little stencil cutting, typing, topographical map work. So.
Well, pretty cushy job you got there, Joe. Where are you working, Rose? Anywhere?
I'm a key punch operator at Norton Air Force Base.
How did you meet the sergeant here?
Well, he belongs to the YMCA, and his wife, extended an invitation to our club.
Well, why did his wife extend an invitation?
Well, they were going on a snow party.
Well, what's a snow party? Is that when nobody shows up? You know, the guy says snow party, nobody shows up.
No, you go tobogganing and you have lots of fun in the snow.
Oh. What kind of club did you belong to?
Oh, it was a social club. It had no name or purpose.
No purpose, eh? I bet by now every girl in that club is married to some member of the YMCA. Rose, how did you feel about Joe after the first date?
I was a little nervous. On the way back, we stopped at a coffee shop, and we ordered some coffee, and I poured about 10 spoons of sugar in my cup of coffee.
You said spoon, that's the sacred word, so you and your boyfriend over here each win $50.
Thank you.
Now, what did you say? You poured, 10 spoons full of sugar in your...
Cup of coffee, yes.
Why did you...
Well,
did you have a lump in your throat, or...
No, I was so nervous I just kept pouring it on.
Joe, was that true? She was pouring it on?
Pouring the sugar in a cup of coffee.
Oh,
yes.
I see. Joe, after you're married, who's going to be the boss?
Well, I believe in every family there should be a first sergeant to run the company.
You may be the first sergeant, but the company commander is going to be a Rose. And in a pretty nice vase, too. Now, Joe, Fenneman says you two are special guests. Why is that? Is it because you're an Army sergeant?
No, I don't believe so.
There's nothing special about an Army sergeant unless you happen to be a private. George Fenneman, come in here. You told me there was something special about this couple. What is it? Obviously, they're not going to tell me.
Well, Groucho, Sergeant Rodriguez has been awarded the nation's highest military decoration, the Congressional Medal of Honor.
Well, I don't have to tell you, Sergeant, how honored we are to have you here with us tonight.
And Groucho, the Army Major...
But I will tell you, we are honored to have you here.
Thank you.
Keep out of this, Fenneman.
The Army Major, Groucho, that first told me about Joe, gave me this citation which explains exactly what he did.
Would you like to hear this? Sergeant Joseph C. Rodriguez, then Private First Class, was participating in an attack against a fanatical hostile force occupying well-fortified positions on rugged commanding terrain near Monyerie, Korea, on the 21st of May, 1951, when his squad's advance was halted by a withering barrage of automatic weapons from 5 emplacements, together with grenades, which the enemy rolled down the hill toward the advancing troops. Fully aware of the odds against him, Sergeant Rodriguez leaped to his feet, dashed 60 yards up the fire-swept slope, and after lobbing grenades into the first foxhole, ran around the left flank, silenced an automatic weapon with 2 grenades, and continued his whirlwind assault to the top of the peak, wiping out 2 more foxholes, and then, reaching the right flank, he tossed grenades into the remaining emplacement, destroying the gun and annihilating its crew. As a result of his incredible display of valor, the defense of the opposition was broken, the enemy routed, and the strategic stronghold secured. Well, give me that again. Now, give him a good kick. If you don't win any money here tonight, it won't be my fault, Sergeant. Well, Joe, that's the most amazing thing I ever heard of. You're just the new Sergeant York, aren't you? There's just one thing I'd like to know. When you were running through all that lead, what were you thinking about?
Well, I wasn't thinking. I was just mad, I guess.
You wiped out a whole army just because you got mad? Joe, if I said anything tonight here that you... If I said anything that you resent, I was just being facetious. What are your plans for the future, Joe?
Well, I hope to make a career in the Army.
Well, I'm sure glad you're on our side. And Rose, take good care of this fella, and my advice is don't ever make him mad. He's liable to wipe out Los Angeles. Well, you're a fine couple, and I'm sure you're going to have many happy and handsome and bright and brave children. All right, now let's play You Bet Your Life. Joe, that's one game you have already played. And we're certainly happy that you won. This will probably seem pretty tame after that, but here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You have to run your $20 no more than our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $4,500 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but Mr. Fenneman is going to remind our listeners.
The housewife and the bus driver lead with $312.80.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected all-time favorites as your category. Here's your first question. How much will you bet? Decide on one answer between you. Talk up.
1980.
1980.
All right, here's your first question for 1980. Give me the title of this song. Play, Jerry. Blue Skies is right.
And you're off to a good start. You have $39.80.
You gave me a heart failure. I thought you were going to blow that. Don't ever do that again, will you? Answer it quicker, will you? I can't stand the suspense. Remember, you're going for $4,000. I'm trying not to be partial here, but remember, you're going for $4,500 tonight. Now let's see if you can identify this one. How much you going to bet? You have $39.80. You see, if I say instead of Fenneman, we can cut his salary.
$39.50.
All right, here we go. Play it, Jerry. Starting. That's right. Answer him right away, huh?
Really climbing. You have $79.30.
Here's your third question. How much of the $79.30 you're going to try?
$79.20.
$79.20.
Hello, Black Magic.
Black Magic is right.
You have now climbed to $158.50.
Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the $158.50 you going to play?
Last chance?
Last chance.
Shoot the word. Shoot the word.
Shoot the word. Are you more scared now than you were going over the top hill? Well, here we go. Play it, Jerry.
D for 2.
D for 2 is right. That's it.
And here's the news. You wind up with $317, and that means that you, too, get the chance of the DeSoto Plymouth $4,500 question.
We try to be impartial on the show, but I must say that I was a little prejudiced.
Ever hear somebody say, well, all my car needs is a lubrication job. I suppose I can have that done almost anywhere. Well, it's true. You can get a lubrication job almost anywhere. But to get it done right, take it to a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Here's where you get thorough lubrication to factory specifications. Yet it costs you no more than ordinary lubrication. Imagine, During the life of your car, about 19 grades and kinds of lubricants are used in approximately 54 vital points. Isn't it wise, then, to have experts who know your car do a complete lubrication job, eliminating all guesswork, and thus giving your car added miles of protection? Tomorrow, stop in and tell your DeSoto Plymouth dealer you want a complete lubrication job. See him for any type of service your car may need. His price is reasonable, his service is prompt, and you'll get courteous treatment, too. Just look for the familiar sign of better service, the friendly sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
And here's the sergeant and his fiancée, Groucho, the winning couple, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $4,500 question.
All right, well, I can't help you with this, Joe. You're on your own now. You're out in the middle of no man's land. Here we go for $4,500. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully, and please no help from the audience. And I give you this admonition. If you don't know the answer, take a stab at it and guess something anyhow. During World War II, Hitler and Mussolini had numerous meetings in a historic pass through the Alps. For $4,500, what is the name of this mountain pass that connects Italy and Austria? Now talk it over. What's the answer you kids have decided upon?
All I can come out with is Birch's Garden, but that's a place where they were at.
I'm sorry. The correct answer is Brenner Pass.
Oh, no.
So that means the big question next week will be worth $5,000. Well, you lost the big money, but did pretty well in the quiz. How much did they win, Joe?
Sure, they did $317 in the quiz.
And the secret word?
Yeah, I had the secret word, too.
That gives them a total of $417. Well, it's not. That's a good night for them. Congratulations. And thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Thank you.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $5,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, see the DeSoto Fire Don't Make tomorrow.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Road signs are signs of life. Be sure you heed them. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Well, sir, the evening meal has been over only a little while as we join our friends in a small house halfway up in the next block now. And we find Mr. and Mrs. Victor Cook and young Mr. Rush Cook enjoying a season of postprandial ease in the living room. Their serenity is short-lived, however, for Sade has just produced consternation. Listen.
You don't mean to tell me that you want me to be going over there and harvest. Well, it's 190 degrees in the shade, Sade. I'd melt into a... You were joking all the time, weren't you?
Not joking a bit.
You mean to tell me that you'd have me move coal?
Please. Person makes an innocent little remark and fellas jump out of their undershirts screaming like panthers.
Then you were joking.
No.
You're serious when you suggest going over in Donahue's basement and carrying out 2 tons of coal?
It's got to be done, hasn't it?
Mom, tonight the fat businessmen play handball down at the YMCA.
Well, you don't have to be there, though. I was cute. Before I mentioned the coal, I said, "What you going to do this evening, Vic?" Mr. Vic said, "Nothing." I said, "You got anything up your sleeve, Rush?" Mr. Rush said, "No."
A very, very ingenious trap.
Oh, what you say we don't bother going through a lot of talking stuff? What you say we slip into our overalls and take care of this little job?
Your mother calls moving 2 tons of coal a little job.
You don't have to move it all this evening.
You're too kind, Sadie. Your heart is bigger than a tub. But I can't let you get away with so much generosity. I'll not only move your 2 tons of coal this evening, but I'll also paint the house and shingle the roof.
Some fellas hate work like they hate a snake.
Most fellas hate the idea of lugging coal around on a stifling hot day.
It's not stifling hot now. The cool of the evening set in. Why, I bet if you glance at the thermometer, you'll know... Rush, don't strain yourself fidgeting around. You're not going anyplace.
Fat businessmen are playing handball down at the YM.
Fat businessmen down at the YM never entered your noodle till I mentioned coal.
Fat businessmen down at the YM.
Go fetch you and your father's overalls.
Kiddo, let us leaven our good impulses with common sense. Before we plunge into some rash course of action, let us consider and reflect. Now, you know yourself that...
Overalls?
Yes.
Cellar way?
Yes.
Fat businessmen down at the
Wait,
YM.
Rush.
What do you mean, wait, Rush? I told him to do something. Scoot, Rush.
Fat businessmen down at the YM are playing handball and...
Wait, Rush. After the mama's given the child a definite order.
Getting back to the subject of Donahue's and their 2 tons of half-wit coal, may I humbly venture the opinion that summertime is no time to
Let me venture an opinion once. They moved away from Virginia Avenue, leaving that lovely pile of coal they couldn't take with them. They said they'd make us a gift of it. Coal is expensive, and here's a monstrous, big, beautiful heap of it we can have for nothing. Shall we let it go?
I'm sure you'll agree with me when I say we're hardly dying for coal in the middle of summer. We've got a long time to wait before the wintry blasts force us to huddle near the furnace and blow our breath on our blue fingers.
You'd wait till next December, huh?
I'd certainly wait till dog days are over. I'd certainly wait
Nick,
until...
don't you appreciate why we ought to get that coal in our cellar as quick as we can?
No.
2 good, solid reasons.
Mutt and Jeff, I suppose. Oh, heck, kiddo, let's
2
forget...
good, solid reasons.
What are they?
One is Mr. Erickson may rent his house any minute. If a new family moved in next door and took possession, what could we do? I bet you hadn't thought of that, had you?
No, but
It's true, isn't it? Could we go over next door in some strange family's basement and start carrying away coal? We could not. Why, the chief of police would be here on his motorcycle so fast it'd make your head swim. And besides
My overalls
that...
are all wrinkled.
What?
My overalls are all wrinkled.
Oh, how horrible. Now you won't be able to do a lick of work. Person certainly can't accomplish anything with wrinkled overalls. Put them on.
Mm-hmm.
And let's not have any more nonsense. Give your father his.
I don't want mine.
Oh, yes, you do. You'd be black as the 9 of diamonds in 6 seconds if you tried carrying basket loads of coal across the yard wearing a good...
Basket loads of coal?
Sure.
You propose transporting 2 tons of coal by means of rotten little measly baskets?
I don't know as they're so rotten or measly either. Them market baskets down cellar are substantial and hold a good deal.
Why don't we use teaspoons?
Be slipping them on, Rush.
Here, I got a cavity in my tooth. I'll use that to haul coal in. If disgusting little vulgar market baskets are good enough to haul...
What would you use? A team of horses and a wagon? The coal has to be carried from Donahue's basement to our basement. Distance of about 15 feet.
Surely you listen to a reasonable...
Rush, get into them overalls. I'm not going to tell you again.
The handmen playing fatball down at the YM are about
Oh,
to start.
the handmen playing fatball down at the YM.
I mean the fat men playing handball. Fat men playing handball down at the
Get
YM.
in them overalls. You too, Vic. Actually, now, don't you think it's a little ridiculous to waste all this time? You got no plans for this evening. All you do'd be go sit out in the porch swing. Couple of hours of good wholesome exercise would do you good.
Getting dark. Can't work in the dark.
Drowning man grabbing for straws.
What?
Nothing. You won't have to work in the dark. Soon as it gets dark, you can quit.
You said there was 2 reasons why it was necessary to hurry up and break my back after a hot, miserable day, lugging coal around like a slob of a half-wit hippopotamus.
Yeah, 2 reasons. One of them is Mr. Erickson might get his house rented any minute. Might get it lit tomorrow. If that happened, we'd be out our lovely 2 tons of coal.
What's the other reason?
The other reason is I'm pretty sure Mr. Erickson is helping himself to that coal himself.
Yeah?
Yes. I'm pretty sure there's not a day goes by but what he don't stop by and get a few chunks and carry 'em off home in that big satchel of his.
Rather far-fetched, don't you think?
It's Miss Donna who suspects him. She told me yesterday the pile had dwindled something fierce. And don't that sound like him? Why, if he's coming every day and helping himself to a chunk of coal and sneaking it away in his satchel, it won't be very long.
Telephone is ringing.
See who it is, Rush.
Probably Bluetooth Johnson.
Well, if it is, don't get in any long, drawn-out conversations.
He probably wants me to go down to YM and watch the fat men play handball.
Handmen play fatball.
When I said handmen play fatball, I naturally was confused with fat men.
Play handball, yeah. Answer the phone before the party hangs up.
Oh? Hello, Miss Denbottom. Just fine, thanks.
500?
Yes.
Sure.
Miss Denbottom, ma'am.
Tell him to come right over.
Well, if you people plan to indulge in cards, why can't I proceed on down to YM and witness
The handmen play fatball. Get out of the way.
Tell him to come right on over.
Be putting on your overalls. Hello there, 3rd Lieutenant Stanley. No, finished supper ages ago. Just sitting here with our teeth in our mouth. Uh-huh. Why, say, that sounds fine. Sure, the big muckety-muck says wonderful.
Tell him to come right over.
Why don't you do that? We'll be here. Oh, sure. All right, we'll be looking for you, lady. You bet. All right, Ruthie. Goodbye.
You coming right over?
Oh, coming right over. It's not 6:30 yet.
When are they coming?
When they usually come, around 7:45 or kind of halfway in around through there.
Call back and say we'd like to get an early start. Say Victor wants to get up early in the morning, and if it's all the same to
Now
them...
listen, you boys are going to move that coal.
You mean to say that you still insist on me carrying coal over
about
with
it. Mr. Erickson might get his house rented any second, and we'd be out our lovely heap of coal.
Will you please tell me how I'm going to be lugging coal and still paying 5
Go down cellar and get the market baskets, and then skip on over to Donahue's. Put on your overalls, Rush. Put on your overalls, Vic. And then run along. I'm a lady with lots of responsibility. I've got 2 little boys to look after and watch over. 2 little tiny helpless boys.
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block.
Black's Beer is on the air. Black's Beer is everywhere. Black's, Milwaukee's finest beer, brings you transcribed Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner. Friends, good taste isn't a matter of geography. A good, juicy steak is appreciated just as much in Los Angeles as it is in New York or Milwaukee.
And the same goes for good beer. Take Blatz, for example. There's nothing unusual about the good taste of the people who have made Blatz the largest selling beer in Milwaukee, premium beer capital of the nation. They're the same kind of particular people who have made Blatz the largest selling Milwaukee beer in scores of other cities in 48 states and 29 foreign countries. Yes, from B to Z, from best to zest, the byword's Blatz, B-L-A-T-Z, from coast to coast, Milwaukee's finest beer.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where you'll eat meat to eat and drink Blatz beer. Archie your manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Huh? Well, I'm fixing up the joint for Father's Day. Yep, the one day in the year when Pop gets a slap on the back instead of a kick in the pants. Huh? What am I going to do on Father's Day? Thanks to you, nothing. How come? Well, it's simple logic, Mr. Duffy. On the lousy $15 a week you pay me, I can't afford to have a steady girl. Ergo, this steady girl I can't afford to have certainly ain't going to become a wife I can't afford to keep. So if this steady girl I can't afford to have won't become a wife I can't afford to keep, she certainly ain't going to have no kids I can't afford to support. Therefore, I bid you good day, home wrecker.
Mr. Archie.
Don't disturb me now, Eddie.
But this is important. The roof is leaking again.
How do you know?
A customer just finished the same bowl of soup 3 times.
Well, so what? Is the guy complaining?
Naturally. He didn't mind the first time when it was tomato soup. Or the second time when it was consomme. But now there ain't nothing in that bowl but water.
Well, if he squawks again, tell him it's a finger bowl. And please, stop bothering me with mere crassness. I got more important things on my mind.
Such as?
Father's Day.
How come you getting so sentimental about Father's Day? You ain't no father.
So what? I get sentimental about Christmas and I ain't no Santa Claus.
Definitely not.
Now, Eddie, Father's Day is a great institution. I ask you, what would this world be if there'd never been no fathers? Think of it. Millions of fatherless kids. All running around calling both of their parents Mama.
That would be serious.
Yep, every Father's Day, I get to thinking how alone I am in the world. All me friends, look at me at my age, still without child. What'll I be doing Father's Day? What'll I be doing? Brooding about the fact that I ain't been breeding no brood to brood about. Yeah, Eddie, I've been doing a lot of thinking lately. I've been taking inventory of myself.
How much you short?
I'm short just one small child. So, I've decided to get married.
That's nice. Anybody, you know?
Well, not personally. I just heard her sing, Eddie, and she's terrific. Chiquita Juarez, her name is. I listened to her on the jukebox, you see, and I bet you I put 50 pesetas in that jukebox.
Pesetas?
Slugs.
Uh-oh, you're cheating on her already.
Oh, yeah? Oh, hello, Miss Duffy.
Look, I want to... Hello.
Hello.
I want to get your opinion. What do you think about this tie?
The tie? Oh, for Father's Day, huh?
Yeah. Do you think it's good enough for him?
Let's see. Yeah, I think it'll serve him right.
What do you think I should get him to wear with it?
A long beard. Miss Duffy, do you always have to buy ties?
Oh, I don't know what else to buy. Papa's so hard to please.
He's hard to please, huh? Well, what about some cards or maybe some poker chips?
Mama won't let Papa gamble.
Oh. Then how about a box of cigars?
Mama won't let Papa smoke in the house.
Oh, then how about a nice umbrella?
Mama won't let Papa out of the house.
Guess you're right. Your father is a pretty hard guy to please. But believe me, when I marry Chiquita, I ain't going to be ordered around like that.
Who's Chiquita?
The dame I'm going to marry.
When did you meet her?
I ain't met her yet.
Well, how can you marry a girl you haven't met?
Do you know of a better way to get acquainted? No, sir, Miss Duffy, I figure it's time for me to stop flitting around from flame to flame and to settle down and raise a few kids.
That struck me that way, too.
Okay, laugh at me, but you'll both be jealous someday when you see me with me baby. Bathing him and feeding him, slapping him over me shoulder to burp him.
That's fine. But what if the baby needs a change?
Let him go to the mountains like anybody else. Yes, sir, that'll be the day, you know. When that little cherub turns his face up to mine and a cute little voice says, Hello, Finnegan. We was talking about babies.
Oh. Want me to leave the room?
It's all right, Finnegan. You don't have to leave. It was just in connection with Father's Day.
Father's Day? Oh, boy, I can't wait for it, Arch. I'm expecting a lovely present.
From who?
Me dog, Rover.
What's the present?
A bone.
How do you know?
I seen him burying it for me yesterday.
But how do you know it's for you?
Oh, just leave it to him, Arch. He knows what I like.
What? Forget Rover. What are you going to give your old man for Father's Day? So's your old man. But what's your problem? What to give your father?
No, what to give me mother.
But it's Father's Day. You ain't supposed to give your mother a present.
I know, Arch, but she's been just like a father to me.
What are you going to give the old man?
Look, Arch, I'd like to give him something practical, but everything practical he's already got.
Yes, huh?
Yeah. Paper dolls, water wings, a yo-yo set, a book of instructions on how to go. Really, you know, I don't know what to get him.
Don't know what to get him, huh? Well, how old is he?
In his 60s. What do you think a guy about 60 would go for, Rod?
Blonde about 20?
No. I think it should be something more practical.
There ain't no such thing. What did you give him last year?
Oh, last year, a bundle of hay.
A bundle of hay?
Yeah, last year he thought he was a horse.
Thought he was a horse, huh? What does he think he is this year?
Well, I can't get him to commit himself. Every time I ask him, all he says is, oink, oink.
If you want to give him something practical, why don't you give him something all fathers would enjoy?
What's that?
Milwaukee's finest, some good old Blatt's beer.
Yeah. Maybe me old man would like a few bottles of Blatt's.
Well, certainly. You know, when your old man sits down to the supper table every night, what's the first thing he says?
Go easy on the butter. It's 90 cents a pound.
What I mean is, when your father comes home from work, you see, and he walks out into the kitchen.
What?
What's the first thing he reaches for?
The maid?
I'm talking about Blatt's beer.
But, Archie, the icebox is full of Blatts already.
Well, in that case, get him another icebox. Now, stop bothering me. I got my own Father's Day problems. The future spouse is going to be here any minute now, and I got to get me tailor on the telephone.
Are you getting a new suit, Mr. Archie?
Yep, and from one of the finest tailors in town, Eddie. The Fifth Avenue shop. Here, look at his card.
Now, let me see. Sam the Taylor's 3rd Avenue, 5th Avenue shop. Our motto, if it's seen in Linda's and it ain't on a plate, Sam made it. P.S. 50 cents holds any garment in the store. Sound like a first-class tailor.
Yes, the first on 3rd Avenue. Guaranteed factory misfits for only $11. Of course, I get a special reduction on account of me built, you know.
Your built?
Yeah, Sam says I'm a perfect misfit. I think I'll call him on the phone and see if it's ready. Hello? 5th Avenue Tailors? Junior Executive Shop, please. Hello, Sam. This is Archie. Archie. The padded shoulders with the belt and back. That's right. How's the alterations coming, Sam? But look, the pants is too tight. Huh? I should go on a diet?
Very high-class place.
Why? Sam, look, couldn't you let the pants out just a bit? You loosen the stitches, huh? Well, all right, I'll come over and pick it up. Okay, Sam. Well, Eddie, get a load of me. How do you like the new suit?
Well, pull down the shades and call me Sunset.
You don't like the color?
Brother, green plot over a red and yellow check with orange pinstripes.
You mean you think it's too loud?
No, not at all.
No, huh?
No, not next to that purple shirt you're wearing. And those pants, ain't they a little skimpy?
Think they're too short?
Short. If they were 2 inches shorter, you could put garters on them and wear them as a girdle.
Yeah, I think she's right, Miss Archer. They are pretty short.
Oh, granted, Eddie, but how many men have legs like mine? I admit it's a little skimpy, but it's beautifully cut. Believe me, I can be seen any place in it.
Just don't bend over. You'll be seen every place.
Look, forget the pants. Look at the coat. Look at these shoulders. Clark Gable himself ain't got shoulders like these.
Neither of you.
How many pairs of pants did you get? 1 or 2?
I got 2, naturally. It's a double-breasted suit. Besides, a well-dressed man wouldn't be caught dead without an extra pair of pants.
Why is that?
Well, because it's practical, that's why.
Well, sure. With 2 pairs of pants, the ones underneath don't get dirty.
Finnegan, you mean you wear both pair of pants at one time?
Of course.
But how do you get into them?
My dear, there are certain things that are not discussed in mixed company.
I should think a dame that chases anything in pants would know more about them, anyhow.
It happens that I only chase 1 pair at a time.
Just a minute, folks. Miss Archer,
Huh? Look what just came in. Where? Hey, that must be Chiquita. Well, senorita, buenas noches, hasta la vista.
Buenas noches. I'm Chiquita Juarez.
Sí. And me, I am Archie. Well, senorita, Pablum Espanol. You, no speak Spanish?
Of course I speak Spanish.
Well, then leave us speak Spanish. Comment allez-vous?
Archie, that's French.
Oh, dove casa?
That's Italian.
How about, besame mucho?
That means, give me a kiss.
Well, once I hit the right language, I don't waste no time, do I? Well, before we get away from the subject, how about it?
A kiss?
Yeah.
But I hardly know you.
You hardly know me. Look, honey, I don't want to borrow money. All I want is a kiss. Believe in love at first sight, don't you?
Yes.
Well?
No.
Why not?
Nothing personal. It's just that my only love is my singing. I have no time for anything else. In other words, I have built a fence around my heart.
A fence, huh? Didn't you leave just a few knot holes? Not that I ain't interested in your voice, Chiquita, you know. It's just that I'm more interested in what it comes out of. Yes, sir. It's beautiful.
You mean my voice?
Of course. I can keep the conversation just as plain as the next guy.
Archie, where did you hear my voice?
I heard you on a jukebox, Chiquita, and it was like destiny. I meant to play Spike Jones, see, but instead I pressed you. It seemed like fate was guiding me finger. In fact, I was so in love I played the record 12 times.
And what makes you so sure it was love?
12 times at a nickel a crack? Honey, it's gotta be love. So what do you say?
But Archie, we have just met.
So what? We've got everything in common. You're beautiful. I'm attractive. We're both Latins.
You are a Latin?
By marriage, of course. Me uncle married a very wealthy hacienda.
A hacienda is a house.
Me uncle likes them built that way.
Archie, we're wasting time. The reason I came down here is because you offered me a job as a singer.
I got news for you.
Good or bad?
You're hired.
There's bad news tonight.
But Archie, will Mr. Duffy like my singing?
Of course Duffy will like it. What does he know about music? That guy. You mentioned Stradivarius, Tom. He thinks you're talking about a violin.
But Archie, the Stradivarius is a violin.
Well, once in a while he makes a lucky guess. Besides, Duffy ain't got nothing to say about the place. I'm the real figurehead around here.
Then why is the place called Duffy's Tavern?
Well, originally we intended to call it Archie's Tavern, but Mater, that's my father, you know, he's kind of lousy with social tradition. He didn't want the family name dragged through the mud. fact, when I came to work here, it was enough of a shock to him that I sullied myself with honest toil.
You ain't sullied yourself much lately.
Archie, your father must be very rich.
Rich to the point of avarice. Chiquita, it has been said that Dad is so rich that he has no poor relatives.
Your father, he sounds very interesting.
Yes, very. And one of the things that I always promised him is that someday, before he dies, that I'd make him a muchacho.
You'd make him a what?
A muchacho, you know, a grandfather. So, what do you say? Will you marry me?
Well, Archie, before I give you my answer, I would like to be introduced to this rich father of yours.
So would I. He's very busy with the moment with his real estate. He just took an option on Lapland, you know. You don't want it to lapse. I inherited his sense of humor, you know. As well as I expect to inherit his money. So how about it, Chiquita? Will you marry me?
In my country, it is customary to meet the groom's father before we talk of marriage.
His name is a tiger. Okay, Chiquita, I'll see if I can get Dad to meet you. Just go over and wait in that corner booth there.
Very well.
How can I act like your father?
Why not?
But I don't look like you. I'm more the Dean Acheson type.
Forget what you look like. Just remember, you're my father and you're filthy rich. Oh, Chiquita.
Yes?
Chiquita, I would like you to meet Dad.
Oh, how do you do? I am delighted.
Oh, how do you do? I'm filthy.
Archie, this is your father?
Oh, don't forget, they don't make parents like they used to.
Archie, this is very strange.
What's strange?
You look older than he does.
Well, having a father like this ages a kid very fast. Dad,
yes?
Tell Chiquita a few things about me.
Well, Archie always had a lot of stick-to-itiveness.
He did?
Oh, yes. I'll never forget his school days. He stayed 5 years in the 3rd grade.
5 years in the 3rd grade?
Yeah. He didn't want to embarrass me. I was in the 4th.
Archie, your father sounds a little eccentric.
Just at times, you know. It's an old family birthmark. You see, when I was born, they dropped him on his head.
Well, I suppose rich men have a right to be eccentric.
Of course, but money covers everything. Oh, by the way, Dad.
Yes?
Do something rich.
Well, okay, son. I'll drink a glass of milk. My ulcer is killing me.
Ulcer? Dad, why so modest? You know you have at least 3 ulcers.
Well, that's true, son, but I don't like to brag about the other 2. It makes the poor people envious.
Sometimes you're just too kind. But getting back to you, Chiquita.
Just a second, Archie. Let your father talk. I think he's very cute.
Ah, go on.
Tell me, are you married?
No, I'm a bit of a widow. I lost my wife 10 years ago.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah. Must go looking for her sometime.
Dad, you're precious. You say you are a widower?
That's right.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's get out of here.
For Chiquita.
Don't worry, Archie. You can count on me.
Count on you.
Yes. I'll always try to be a good mother to you.
Oh, no.
Come on, Dad.
Okay, my little cucaracha.
Just a second, Finnegan.
Finnegan?
Finnegan was my maiden name. Well, let's get out of here, Chiquita. And, son...
Yes, Dad?
This was the nicest Father's Day present you could have given me.
You know, Eddie, the more I think about Father's Day, the more I realize there's something missing in me life.
Something missing, huh?
Yep. My knee is just like the British Empire. No sun ever sets on it. Look at me. 31 years old. All alone. A bachelor with nobody to carry on me proud name for humanity.
On behalf of humanity, I thank you.
Eddie, please, have a little compassion.
Okay, Dad. What do you want for Father's Day? A nice necktie?
Don't be a wise guy, Eddie. Not that I'm spoiling a necktie, if you really mean it, but if you really want to be nice to me, you know what I'd like?
What?
A nice case of Blatt's beer. That's the ideal gift, Eddie. You know, when you give Blatt's, you don't have to worry about whether you got the right size or whether it's the right color. With Blatt's beer, you know you bought the best.
In other words, a gift that's in good taste and a gift that tastes good, too.
A gift that's in good taste. Hey, that's a good slogan. We must send that to the Blatt's Company. But all kidding aside, to you folks listening, I say, if you want to make this Sunday a real big day for a mighty swell guy, if you want to say that you're pretty fond of him and that you think they don't come any better, then say it with Blatt's beer. And that's something the family will do good to remember all year round, too, because life with Father can be a real happy one if you always keep a good supply of cool, refreshing Blatt's beer in the refrigerator. You'll find that if Dad knows best, then it's 10-1 that Dad knows Blatt's. It's Milwaukee's finest, and don't forget, Milwaukee is the premium beer capital of the world. Yes, sir, the people in Milwaukee drink more Blatt's than any other beer. And that goes for all Wisconsin, too. So take a tip. Just try it once. Try it for Father's Day. And I guarantee you, you'll be back every day. Good night, everybody.
I'm from Milwaukee, and I ought to know. It's the same old story wherever you go. This is the tune you will always hear. Blatt's is Milwaukee's finest beer. Be sure to listen next week at the same time to Duffy's Tavern, transcribed over most of these same stations.
With William Bendix as Riley. In Washington, a group of the nation's top economists have been meeting day and night to solve the problem of inflation. After months of intensive study, these experts, men with international reputations, are forced to admit that they are baffled. But little do they know that 3,000 miles away in a modest California bungalow, a riveter of little education has succeeded where they have failed.
Peg! Where are you, Peg?
What's the matter, Riley?
I got it licked.
What? What the hell?
What is I got it licked. Inflation. You know what's the cause of inflation? High prices. And you know what happens when prices are high? We can't pay our bills. And do you know why we can't pay our bills? Because we haven't got enough money.
And you figured all that out by yourself.
Well, sure I did.
I thought maybe you had your friend Jim Gillis helping you.
I resent that, Peg. I don't need no help from Gillis. Anything that moron can think of, I can think of. Well, what are you laughing at? Wait till I finish. You see, the reason we don't have enough money is we don't have a system. We don't plan. I bring home a paycheck, you all swoop down on it. At the end of the week, we're in a hole. Bring home another check, the next week, we're in another hole.
You're right about that.
Yeah, every week, we wind up in a hole. We ain't living like people, we're living like gophers.
And what do you propose to do about it?
We are going to live on a budget. Now, come here, I'll show you.
What are you doing with my jelly jars?
They were your jelly jars. Now they're our money jars.
Money jars? For what, Daddy?
Well, I got each one labeled, see? Insurance, telephone, electricity. This jar here, that's for clothes. We put our clothes in that jar? Junior, you learn by listening. So listen and I'll learn you. Every week I get my paycheck changed into silver. See, look, this whole sack full, see?
Oh, Riley, this is crazy.
Oh, wait a minute. Watch how it works, and then we'll see who's crazy. Now, I split the coins up, and I put some money in each jar. Now, here's the insurance money. Here's for the telephone. Electricity. Cigars for me. Clothes for you, Peg.
I'll look fine in the street dressed in that.
No, wait a minute. No, I ain't through yet. There, that ought to cover you up. Now, one more jar. Entertainment and miscellaneous. Well, that's it. You see how neat it works out? Everything is taken care of. That is my new system. Well, what about food and rent, Pop? Food and rent? Yeah, food and rent. Why is it in every family there's always one wise guy?
He's right. What about food and rent?
Well, it's easy. I'll just get 2 more jars.
But you haven't any more money.
Why is it in every family there's always 2 wise guys? Gee, I thought I had this thing licked.
Riley, don't you see? Your salary just doesn't go far enough with prices the way they are.
Oh. Well, then I'll ask the boss for a raise.
Well, now you're talking sense.
Sure. I should have done it long ago. I deserve a raise. I'll do it. Atta boy, Pop. Yes, sir. Tomorrow morning I'm walking into the boss's office and I'll say, Stevenson, you won great. I've been working for you for 10 years, and what have I got to show for it? 59 measly bucks a week. I can't live on that. I don't even have any personal spending money. Why, every week when I go out and play poker with the gang, do you know what I have to do, Stevenson? I borrow money from underneath the linoleum in the kitchen where my wife's been hiding it. She don't know I've been doing it for years, so, I mean...
Oh, you have, have you?
No, I haven't. I mean... Junior, get another jar, a big one. What for? For my head. I think it's time I stopped using it. Riley, you're kidding. You're going to ask the big boss for a raise? Well, why not, Gillis? I'm due for a promotion. I've been holding this riveting job since before the war. 8 years. All I've done is rivet. And I read in a magazine once where a doctor said the vibration of riveting affects the noodle. And 10 years of it will make a man punch drunk.
So what are you worrying about? You still got 2 years to go.
Well, I got to make progress. Besides, I can't back out now. I already sent in word I wanted to see the boss.
You'll never get to see him. And a good thing, too. You ask him for a raise, he'll get sore and fire you.
Fire me? Not Stevenson. Why, him and me are like that. You remember when I had that fight with the foreman? He took my side. I heard him say to the foreman, Hawkins, if we're going to get any work done in this plant, you got to lay off Riley.
Oh, you didn't hear good. What he said was, if we're going to get any work done in this plant, lay Riley off.
Yeah, you're just jealous, Gillis, because...
Attention, Chester Riley. Report to Mr. Stevenson's office. Riley, report to Mr. Stevenson's office.
You hear that, Gillis? And you said I wouldn't get in to see him. Well, this goes to show you. Well, here I go, and I'll get that raise or else. You ain't got the guts. Oh, no. Well, you told the boys to listen to that loudspeaker. After I see Mr. Stevenson, I'm getting on that microphone and I'm announcing my promotion for the whole plant to hear.
We'll be listening, Riley.
And Gillis told the boys that they shouldn't worry about my attitude when I get my promotion because becoming a boss ain't going to change me one bit.
Oh, they'll be glad to hear that. I'll tell them right away.
Tell them on your lunch hour. Don't be wasting company time. Well, here I am, Millie.
Oh, go right in, Riley. He's waiting for you.
Say, Millie, keep that loudspeaker warmed up because when I come out, I'm going to have a very important announcement to make. Hi, boss.
Oh, it's you, Riley. Come in.
Boss, I've been with you now for 8 years.
Riley, I've got a job for you.
Boss, you mean... Hey, this was a cinch. I didn't even have to...
we're starting production of the new BX-1 jet plane. I'm going to need every man in this plant. I'm up to my ears with conferences, so you've got to handle this for me.
Oh, well, you can count on me, Chief.
Now, go to this address here and ask them to... wait a minute. Where's that design now?
Boss, you're trusting me with
here
the design of the...
There you are. Ask them if this design is right. Now, don't lose it.
Oh, don't worry, boss. I'll guard it with my life. And to play safe, I'll memorize it right now. Now, let's see. Knit 1, purl 2, slip 1, purl 3. Boss, since when are we knitting jet planes?
What are you talking about, Riley? My wife is knitting a sweater, and she asked me to drop in at the knit shop and check this design. I forgot this morning, so I...
So you want me to go to a knit shop?
Well, I told you, Riley, I need every man on this BX-1 job. You're the only one on the plant I can spare.
But you said the design... I thought you called me in for a promotion.
Riley, I have no time for jokes. Now, go on. I'm busy.
Sending me to a knit shop for his wife. I wouldn't even do it for my own wife. 8 years I slaved for him. How could he do this to me? How could he?
Oh, Riley, the loudspeaker's on. Are you ready with that announcement?
Huh?
The announcement.
Oh, you bet I got an announcement. Give me that mic.
Here.
Attention, men. This is Riley speaking. I have an announcement to make. We're all working for a money-grubbing, no-good heel. He's an ungrateful...
Riley, have you gone crazy? Turn that thing off, Millie. Riley, I ought to fire you for this. If it weren't for the fact that you've been with me since I started, I would. And I let you off easy. Get on that loudspeaker and apologize.
Apologize? I don't apologize to nobody.
Either you apologize or you're fired.
Hand me that mic. Attention, men. This is Riley again. A minute ago, I said we were working for a money-grubbing, no-good heel. I was wrong.
Well, that's better.
We're not working for a money-grubbing heel. You're working for a money-grubbing heel. I just quit. And then Peggy said to me, either you get down on your knees and apologize or you're fired. So what could I do?
You apologize.
No, I quit.
You what? Oh, Daddy.
After all, I got my pride.
But, Riley, you can't eat pride.
A man's got to keep his self-respect. And before I'd apologize to him, Peg, I'd rather see you begging in the streets. That's the kind of a man I am.
That a boy, Pop.
And let this be a lesson to you, son. This is what makes this country of ours great. When the boss gets out of line, you up and quit.
So you quit. What did you prove?
Equality, that's what I proved. That I'm just as good as that no-good heel. And don't worry, nobody. Till I land something, we'll take money out of the bank.
But we haven't got a bank account, Daddy.
I meant Junior's piggy bank.
Well, he emptied it last week.
Now, look, will you stop worrying? This is my problem. I'll get another job.
Well, I can get a job part-time, Daddy.
Yeah, so can I, Pop. I know whether it's a job.
Nothing doing. No kid of mine is going to work. I got my pride. Before I'd let you go to work to support me, I'd rather see you kids begging in the street.
Oh. Now you got the kids begging. And we haven't even got enough money to buy tin cups.
Now, Peg, I tell you, I'll get a job just like that.
But the other day you said a lot of riveters are out of work.
Oh, I'm through riveting. And I ain't making the same mistake I made years ago, starting at the bottom. No, sir. This time I'm starting at the top as an executive. I got what it takes to fill a swivel chair. afternoon, gentlemen. Riley's the name, Chester A. For a limited time only, I am considering offers for the position of general manager from business concerns in good financial standing.
I see.
You mind if I take a look at your book?
Oh, the books. Just a minute. I'll call Mr. Jenkins.
Well, let's make it fast, my good man.
Oh, this won't take long. Jenkins, throw this nut out.
How do you do, miss? I see by this ad here that your firm is looking for an assistant manager. Neat, capable, experienced, intelligent, male.
Well,
I'm a male. I understand you have an opening for a supervisor, sir. I understand you have an opening for an assistant shipping clerk. Please, sir, is the job still open for janitor? Believe me, sir, I can do this job perfect. I'll make good. I got the education and I got the experience. Believe me, I'll make a great errand boy.
well, you're ambitious anyway. You'll do. Wait here, and I'll go and tell Mr. Babson.
Matthews?
Oh, yes, Mr. Babson.
That errand boy job is filled.
Filled?
Yes, here's the young man I hired.
Junior.
Pop.
My own flesh and blood. How could you do this to me?
Yeah, but
Taking the bread out of your own father's mouth. Me, your own father, the man who gave birth to you.
But
so help me. The doctor who brought you into this world is going to wait a long time for his money.
Back to the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. All week, Riley has been hunting desperately for a job. Any job, but without success. And every day around 5 o'clock, you can see him plodding wearily home, his shoulders drooping sadly, his face shrouded in gloom. It's almost 5 now. He's due to turn the corner. Yes, here he comes. But wait a minute. What's happened? This is a new Riley. Just look at him, spreading gaily down the street, a happy grin on his face.
Hey, Junior!
Hey, Riley, wait a minute. What's the rush?
Gillis, congratulate me. Today I got my self-respect back again. Today I can take my place back as the head of the family.
Oh, you got your unemployment check.
No, I got a job, $100 a week with Continental Oil. Look, here's the contract.
Riley, you took one of them oil jobs?
Yeah.
But you got to go to Arabia for 10 years. You're leaving your family?
Well, it's just for a while, till I save up enough money to bring them over. I figure I'll have enough in a year.
Oh, a year, huh?
Yeah.
Riley, what do you know about Arabia?
Well, there's Arabs there and Arabs.
Just like I thought. You don't know the first thing about it. Did you ever hear of the Arabian Nights?
What about them?
They drive men to madness. All day long, the desert heat suffocates you, and then comes the night.
Well, I stay in nights.
You can't. You lie there in your miserable little tent, and the loneliness gets in your blood. Something roars you.
Where?
The Casbah.
No, not the Casbah.
The Casbah. Soft lights, incense, exotic drinks, gorgeous, alluring, sensual women.
No, Peg wouldn't let me.
Peg is halfway across the world. You can't help yourself.
I'll fight against it.
It's stronger than you are. You go in, you take a drink.
No.
Then another drink, and another, and another.
Oh, Gillis, I hate myself.
You can't help yourself.
I'll send for Peg. She'll make me stop.
You can't send for her. You're broke. You drunk up a whole year's salary.
Oh, this is terrible.
Wait, it gets worse. Peg can't come. You can't go to Peg. You're going mad with loneliness.
Oh, Gillis, what'll I do?
You do what everybody else does. You take a wife.
No. That's bigamy. That's illegal.
Not in Arabia. Another year goes by. What happens?
I send for Peg.
Hey, you're broker than ever. So you take another wife. Now you got 3 wives.
3? No. Bigamy, yes, but trigonometry, never.
It's stronger than you are. Another year, you're still broke. Another wife.
That's 4 wives.
But you're still lonely. You take another wife.
5.
Another.
6.
Another.
7.
And still another, and another, and another. Before you know it, you got 12 wives.
A round dozen.
Yeah. and them Arabian dames is plenty wrong.
But what'll I do with 12 wives?
You put him in a harem. You ain't Chester Riley anymore. You're Pasha Riley.
Oh, this is horrible.
Wait, it gets wait. Peg gets tired of waiting. She hears rumors about your wives. Some rat tips her off.
Who?
Me. She sprints to get her money enough out of her wages as a scrub woman and takes the face boat to Arabia.
At last.
There you are on the dock waiting for her, you and your 12 wives. She comes down the gangplank, her arms stretched out towards you, crying, Riley, kiss me. What can you say to her?
The line forms on the right.
I'm sorry I'm late, Riley.
Oh, Peg, you should have come sooner. I got 12 wives.
What? What are you talking about?
I didn't tell you. I got a job. I'm going to Arabia. Oil.
Arabia?
Yeah, oil. I'll send for you in a year. I have to go first.
I'll tell you where you're going. You're going to Mr. Stevenson and apologize and get your job back. You've been acting like a child.
No, I won't apologize. Rather than do that, I'll go to Arabia and suffer with 12 wives.
Are you out of your mind?
Riley, she's right. You stay here. Let me go to Arabia and suffer.
Well, I think I got everything packed now. Oh, Peg, hand me that pair of socks.
Riley, I won't let you do this. I just won't.
Now, be brave, Peg. It's the only thing. I can't let you and the kids starve.
You can apologize to Mr. Stevenson. I called him up and
Well,
he
you
said...
had no right to do that. I'm telling you for the last time, I'm the kind of a guy I do what I please and I say what I please and I don't apologize to nobody.
Now, just a minute. Don't you raise your voice.
I apologize. But not to Stevenson. If he wants me back, he'll have to apologize to me.
Oh, but Riley...
Peg, if you're going to come to the dock, you better get ready.
Oh, what's the use? I give up.
Women. No guts, always willing to apologize. They don't understand. If I apologize now, all my friends will look down on me.
Not me. I'll be the last one to look down on you.
Oh, it's you?
Yes, it is I. Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker.
Oh, Lord Digger, I didn't hear you come in.
I wouldn't worry about it, as long as you can hear me when I go out. Riley, is it true you've lost your job?
Yeah, and I can't find another, so now I'm going away. I'm going to bury myself in Arabia.
Why go to Arabia? Stay here and let me help you. I'll lend you money till you land something. You know me. When a friend of mine is flat, I always carry him.
Oh, I don't like to borrow money from friends.
Then let me recommend you to the UEPHHS.
UEPHHS?
The Undertakers, Embalmers, and Pallbearers Helping Hand Society. Our motto is, dig down deep and put a body on his feet.
No, Digger, I got to take this oil job in Arabia.
Riley, why don't you come and work for me?
Well, that's nice of you, Digger, but what could I do in your business?
Well, you could... No, you couldn't do that. You could... No, you couldn't do that either. I guess you're right. You'd be just so much dead weight, and I have another bat already. Couldn't you get your old job back?
Well, not unless I apologize.
Then apologize.
No, I ain't apologizing. I got my pride.
Riley, I implore you.
Digger, I can't stand around here arguing. My boat leaves in an hour.
Oh, Riley, you and your foolish pride. But have it your way. Go to this molten desert and drill for oil. But I'm warning you, no good can come of it. Someday your epitaph may read, here lies Riley in Arabian soil, 6 feet down, floating in oil. He's lying here now on account of his pride. Between the heat and the oil, Riley's French fried. Cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
Ashore. Peg, you and the kids.
Oh, what did you say, dear? I couldn't hear you on account of the whistle.
I said you and the kids better go ashore now.
Oh, yes, I guess we better.
Well, goodbye, Peg. I'll send for you as soon as I can.
Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye.
Oh, Riley.
Now, don't cry, Peg. I can't stand people who cry when they say goodbye. Goodbye, Junior. Goodbye, Pop. Don't cry, son. You're a big boy now. Goodbye, Betsy.
Oh, Daddy.
Now, don't cry, Betsy. Junior, Peg, now stop crying. Remember, us Rileys never cry. Now, please stop crying. I want to take my last look at you while you're all smiling. That's more like it. Smile. That's it. A great, big, happy smile. Now let me look at you. I better go below now.
Riley, we still have a few minutes.
I know, but it's better this way. Goodbye.
Oh, dear. Goodbye, Riley.
Mom.
Goodbye, dear. Goodbye. Oh, Mother, I can't believe he's actually going. Oh, he doesn't want to go. It's just that foolish pride of his. Well, we better get off the boat.
Hey, Mom. Mom, look, coming up the gangplank. Isn't that Mr. Stevenson?
Oh, yes, it is. Oh, Mr. Stevenson. Mr. Stevenson.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Riley. Where's your husband?
Well, Mr. Stevenson, what are you doing here?
I came down here to tell that pig-headed husband of yours exactly what I think of him for running out on his wife and family this way. Arabia. All I want him to do is make a simple little apology so I can maintain a little discipline in my plans. But Mr. Riley is too proud. He'd rather desert his family and go to Arabia. Well, he can go, but not before I give him a piece of my mind. Where is he?
Well, I think I see him over there. I'll go get him. Hey, Pop! Hey, Pop!
Junior, you're still here?
Yeah, Pop, Mr. Stevenson's here.
Mr. Stevenson?
Yeah, he came down to...
He came to apologize. I knew he couldn't get along without me. Where is he?
Yeah, but Pop...
I knew he'd come crawling to me if I held out long enough.
Yeah, but
Let
Pop...
this be a lesson to you, son, how to handle the boss. Be independent. Act big.
But Mr. Stevenson...
there he is.
There's Riley now.
Well, Stevenson, what have you got to say for yourself?
Riley, when I heard that you were leaving your family, I came down here to tell you that... You're a stubborn jackass. And as far as I'm concerned... So a pig-headed fool. And furthermore...
No, that's enough, boss. As long as you admit you're a stubborn jackass and a pig-headed fool, I accept your apology.
What? You accept my apology?
Why, sure, boss. I can be big about these things. Well, let's go home, Peg. Arabia's loss is Stevenson's game.
But Riley, I didn't... I came here to... I told you that
that's all right, boss. We all make mistakes.
I wasn't... I said you were... I came here to...
I told you. I forgive you. Now, let's forget all about it. Just pick up my bag there and follow me.
I told you what a revolting development this is.
Sure, that's what I always say.
The Rileys will return in just a moment.
Peg, you don't mean it. Stevenson didn't apologize?
No, Riley, he was bawling out. Only you didn't hear him on account of the whistle.
Oh.
You're lucky he's taken you back.
Yeah, after what I said. Peg, I can't understand it. After all the things I've done to Stevenson in the 8 years I've been with him, and he never fired me.
Well, look at all the things you did to me in the 20 years you've been with me, and I never fired you either.
Well, you got a different reason. I'm irresistible. Kiss me, Duffy.
Join us again next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow. Digger Odell is John Brown. The Life of Riley is produced and directed by Irving Brecker.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
Dog is Lum. I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, jot 'em down, store. This is Lum and Abner.
And now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, things are running along at a pretty even keel these days. Lum is keeping himself busy with the printing press, turning out statements and handbills for the store, while Abner is left pretty much in charge of things in the store and library. As we look in on the little community today, we find Lum emerging from the feed room, which is his printing shop, to find his business partner sound asleep. Listen.
Well, for goodness sakes. Abner, wake up.
Just a minute. What can I do for you today, sir?
Abner, it's just me, Lum.
Howdy, Lum. Doggy, I never recognized you at first.
Well, how could you with your eyes shut? How many times have I spoke to you about going to sleep when you're supposed to be running the store in here?
I wasn't asleep. I was just sitting here, see, what was I doing? I was squinting up my eyes because the sun is so bright today.
The sun ain't even out today.
It ain't. Well, it was just a little while ago. I reckon where that thing could have went to.
Abner, why don't you just come right out flat-footed and admit you were sleeping?
Lum, I weren't sleeping, that's why. I was talking to Grandpap over there. That's what I was doing.
Well, then both of you must have been talking in your sleep then, because he ain't awake neither.
Grandpap, are you asleep?
Hey, what's the matter? What's going on?
I say, are you sleeping?
Sleeping?
Yeah.
Of course not. Just sitting here reading.
Oh, see there.
Let's see, where was I at? Oh, yeah, here it is. The external ear, also called the Oracle of Pinna, is composed mainly of cartilaginous framework covered with thin skin.
Go on, Grandpap. That's exactly what we was talking about.
Wait a minute. What kind of a book is that he's reading this time?
It's a doctor's book he found over in the library. He says he might take up being a doctor.
For goodness sake.
Go on, Grandpap.
Yeah, let's see. Where was that? The lobe or lobule forms its lower part and is composed of dense connective tissue containing fat. Grandpap, I've told you 1,000 or 100 times I don't want you reading out loud in the store here. So either read to yourself or going over there to the place, one.
You better read to yourself, Grandpap. We'll go on with our discussion of that cartilaginous lobule some other time, I think.
Listen, Abner, you ain't fooling me or nobody else with that kind of talk. You know good and well you've been sound asleep all the time I was out of the store.
I weren't no such a thing.
Well, if you wasn't, how come you never seen the fellow that left this note here?
What note?
Here, read it yourself.
Let's see. I was in to get groceries, but I hated to wake you up, so I taken them myself. 1 sack of flour, 2 packs of potatoes, 4 cans of hominy, 6 cans of tomatoes, 10 cents worth of candy, a gallon of coal oil, a jug of vinegar, and 3 pounds of 10-penny nails, large size. Please put this on my account.
Well, you must have been in here for a half hour or more to gather up all that stuff.
Yeah, that's a big order, you know it.
Yeah, it's a good order, all right, but the fella never signed his name.
Doggies, he never, did he?
You don't see it there no place, do you?
No, don't believe I do here. No.
Now we don't know whose account to charge this to.
And
Granny's, I can't leave this store 2 minutes for what you get us in some kind of a mess.
Well, now, wait a minute. Just calm yourself down now, Lum. This ain't serious. All we got to do is just call the feller up and ask him his name and then charge it to him.
Call him up?
Sure.
Well, how are we going to do that if we don't know who it was we were trying to call?
Yeah, that's right, ain't it?
Well, I do know.
What's the matter, Grandpap?
The subcutaneous tissue of the ear contains little or no fat.
Well?
Will you hash that up, Grandpap? Well, now, Lum, this is important stuff. Every fellow ought to learn all about the human anatomy.
Sure.
Well, learn about it to yourself, Grandpap. I've got more important things than that to take care of. Now, listen, Abner.
Now, Lum, maybe we ought to learn about that human's anatomy or whatever it is. That might come in handy.
Don't try to get off the subject, Abner. Now, you've been the cause of us losing a big grocery order here, so now you got to make it good.
You mean that I've got to pay for all that myself?
Well, you do if we can't find the feller that wrote that note and left it here.
Well, now, Lum,
another thing we got to do is figure out some way to keep you awake. At least when the customer's in the store.
I was awake, I reckon. I just never happened to hear this feller when he come in.
Well, we got to figure out some way to make you hear him then. Might have to put a cowbell around every customer's neck. Bell 'em.
Oh.
Wait a minute. Whatever become of that bell we used to have on the door?
The door?
The screen door up there in front.
Oh, that one.
Don't you know the one that'd ring every time somebody opened the door?
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. I don't know where it's at, though, Lum. That thing got rusty and fell off one time here. Dogged, I've been aiming on putting it back for the last 4 or 5 years and just ain't never got around to it yet.
Well, get it out and put it back on right now.
Well, I don't know where it's at. Seems like I have saw it around here somewhere, but law me, I couldn't tell you where now.
Wait a minute. I believe I know where that thing's at.
Huh?
I think I seen it back in the feed room yesterday when I was printing up them bills for the store.
Yeah, I believe that's where it is. Yeah, I recollect it. Yeah.
I'll get it and you can nail it up.
Yeah, all right. Dad, blame that Lum. Thinks he's so smart. I've just taken a little old cat nap's all I done. Grandpap, how come you never woke up when that feller come in here? He must have been here 30 minutes to get that much stuff.
Probably due to the fact that the skin of the ear is thin and moderately firmly attached to the cartilage.
Huh?
Although well supplied with blood, the exposed condition of the blood vessels renders the ear sensitive to cold and frostbites.
Frostbites?
Now, bound you, that's what's wrong with Virgil B. Breckenridge.
Wrong with who?
Well, you recollect him, Abner. Virgil B. Breckenridge. Virgil lived over there at Odin for years.
Oh, him, yeah. Never recollect the name at first. Yeah.
Went up to South Dakota one winter to visit his relays. And him and his sister-in-law and a friend went ice skating on the Sioux River.
Well, I do know. Is that when he froze his ears?
Well, Virgil wanted to show off for his sister-in-law, so he made a figure 8 on the ice.
Uh-huh.
Of course, you know Virgil. He had to do it the hard way.
Hard way?
Yeah, he made 8 ones and then let his sister-in-law add them up.
Well, was that when Virgil froze his ears, Grandpa?
When was it? Virgil done what, Abner? Come over that again.
Froze his ears.
He did. Well, when did that happen?
Well, I don't know. You was the one that was telling about this there.
Don't let me forget to tell that to Charity. Now, she knowed Virgil awful well. And thought awful lot of him, too.
She did, huh?
Did he freeze both his ears?
Grandpap, you was the one that was telling this story. I don't know whether you froze one ear or two. Oh, wait a minute. There comes Lum back. You better get back to your reading there, Grandpap.
Yeah. Getting into the interesting part. Tells all about symptoms.
Symptoms?
Yeah.
Oh.
Ear symptoms.
Uh-huh.
So old Virgil froze his ears, huh? And I do know.
Tell
Charity about that.
Did you find it, Lum?
Yeah, I finally found it.
That's it.
Cleaned some of the rust off of it. Don't look bad now.
Oh.
Here, you take it and nail it up.
Nail it up? On the door, you mean?
Yeah, sure.
Oh. Yeah. Let's see. Doggy, now, whereabouts is that hammer at?
Right there on the floor, right where you left it after you opened them crates we got from the wholesale house.
Oh, yeah, here it is, down here. Where?
That's something else I wish you'd learn, Abner, to pick stuff up after you get done using them.
Uh-huh. Well, I generally do. I reckon I was just so busy I never got around to this, Mom. I'll pick it up right now.
Yeah. Give you advice all the time. Goes in one ear and out the other.
Uh-huh. Let's see now. Now, whereabouts do you want it nailed, Mom? On the inside or you want it nailed on the outside of the door?
On the inside, of course, right where it was before.
Yeah, all right, I'll get it.
We're using a bell to wake you up, not the folks out on the street.
I don't need no bell to wake me up.
You need something. Don't bend them nails over that way, Abner. Pound them clean in.
Well, now, I ain't doing that, Lum. They're just bending themselves over that way. It ain't me.
Well, it's 'cause you ain't looking where you're hitting. Pound them square on top of the head. That's the time. That's better. I have to tell you how to do everything.
Doggy. Is that all right now?
Yeah, it's a little crooked, but I reckon it'll do the trick. Open the door once, see if it works all right now.
Yeah, sure. Doggy, that works. How's that now?
I believe that's going to be all right.
Oh, yeah, that'll do it.
Maybe now we can find out who our customers are. Won't have to leave notes laying around.
Now, Lum.
Try it one more time.
Oh, all right. It'll work, though, I'll tell you.
Oh, my goodness.
Hey, what's the matter now, Grandpa?
Lucky thing for me, I read this book, or I never would have known what a trouble I'm in.
Trouble?
Yeah, I got to get out of here and find Doc Miller before it's too late.
Yeah, well, now, wait a minute, Grandpa. Come back here.
Can't wait, Abner. Can't wait now. This might be serious. This book says so. Can't take no chances. I'll see you later.
Yeah, well, just a minute, Grandpa. What's wrong with you, anyway?
It's my ears. I got dangerous symptoms.
What symptoms have you got?
Well, I keep hearing ringing noises in my ears. Sounds like a bell. Goodbye.
Hey,
oh, there it is again. Hey, Doc.
What does music say?
Yes, sir, Amos. That music say, good health to all from Rexall. The stores with the orange and blue sign.
Yes, 10,000 independent Rexall druggists at the stores with the orange and blue sign bring you transcribed The Amos and Andy Show, written by Joe Connolly and Bob Mosier, featuring Ernestine Wade, Johnny Lee, Amanda Randolph, Tommy Moore, Amos Reese, Vince Townsend, Jeff Alexander's music, yours truly, Harlow Wilcox, and starring radio's all-time favorites, Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll. Amos and Andy!
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? I am Freeman Gosden. You know, whenever I go down to my drugstore for, say, a medicine chest item, I always come across a lot of other things the family needs. In fact, that Rexall drugstore is really a family shopping center. And I save time as well as money by taking a little tour around the drugstore. Why don't you try it, say, once a week or so, at your Rexall family drugstore?
Well, for 2 months now, Andy Brown has been courting a girl by the name of Consuela Fennington. She's young and pretty, and her father owns a hardware business in town. The competition from the other suitors has been a real problem for Andy. But to the disappointment of her other boyfriends, Consuela finally accepted Andy's proposal. The wedding date is only a week away, and right now the Kingfish, his wife Sapphire, and her mother are discussing it.
Well, Andy's going to have a real big wedding. I understand it's going to be 500 guests.
Yes, oh yes, the affair of the year. But I bet it don't compare to that beautiful garden wedding I give you back home in Georgia when you and Sapphire was married.
Garden wedding?
Yeah.
What is you talking about, Mama? We was married around back in the barnyard.
George, we was not married in no barnyard.
Oh, no? Well, how about the reception? It's the first time I ever seen the mother of the bride leave the receiving line to slop the hogs.
But, George, I think you getting married in a barnyard was really appropriate.
Now, what you mean by that, Mama?
Well, where else would you hitch up a jackass?
Very funny, Mama, very funny. You about as subtle as a moose in a bathtub.
Never mind Mama, George.
Yeah, I guess I'll miss you. I'll get it. Hello? Oh, lightning. What is that? Oh, there is, huh?
I see. Well, keep it there, Lightning. I'll be right down. Excuse me, girls. Going out.
What is that all about?
Well, that was Lightning. He said that a special delivery letter just arrived at the lodge hall for Andy. And Lightning says it's from the envelope. He can tell it's from a lawyer's office.
Look, George, you ain't thinking of going down there and opening that letter, is you?
Well,
Don't you know you could go to jail for tampering with the mail? Don't you know it's a federal offense? The FBI will be after you.
Is that so? Well, thanks for telling me. I'll have Lightning open it, all right? Well, it's a shame about Andy's letter from the lawyer falling out of the envelope while I was boiling myself a kettle of tea. Yeah, better see what it say here. Dear Mr. Brown, this is to inform you that your Uncle Harold Brown passed away recently. Under the terms of his will, you will receive $25,000 in cash. Holy mackerel. However, as your Uncle Harold was a bachelor and a confirmed woman-hater, should you be married now or in the future, you will forfeit your share of the estate. Yours truly, J. Harrington Harrison, attorney at law. $25,000. This is too good to pass up. Some way, somehow, I got to keep that boy from getting married. I got to go up and see Andy. When it comes to getting this $25,000, when he say I do with the gal, it means I don't with the cash. I got to look out for that.
Well, I'm glad you dropped up here, Kingfish. I was just trying on my striped trousers here.
Striped trousers? Andy Brown, don't tell me that you was actually serious about going through with your marriage to Consuela Fennington.
Of course I was serious. I had to fight off all them other suitors. The invitations is out. The chapel is rented. Boy, I was so close to marriage, I've been keeping my lips puckered up for the last 2 days.
Well, ain't there? I thought by now that you would have come to your senses and called the thing off. It's a sad thing, Andy. A fella your age marrying a young gal like Consuela.
What's so sad about it?
Well, Andy, right now, you is 47 and she is 22. Don't you realize that when she is 37, you're going to be 62?
Yeah.
And when she is 46, you're going to be 71?
Well, what about it? I ain't the type to run out on my wife just 'cause she's an old lady.
Oh, no, I think you done missed the point, Andy. What I'm getting at is when you was in your second childhood, she'll still be a pretty young woman. In other words, when you were sitting there gumming your pablum, she is still going to be in T-bone condition. You see?
Well, now listen, I don't care, Kingfish. My mama was 18 years younger than my papa. He lived to be 92, and all I know is he went with a smile on his face.
Hey, you was pretty determined to marry this Consuela, ain't you?
Yes, sir, Kingfish. She is the sweetest gal I done ever met. There ain't nothing in the world that'll make me give up marrying her.
How about money?
She is the most beautiful, the most charming. How much money?
$25,000, Andy.
What is you talking about?
Andy, does you remember your Uncle Harold?
Uncle Harold?
Yeah.
Well, I know my papa had a lot of brothers, but
Yeah.
I don't disrecall no Uncle Harold.
Well, I think he done disrecall you, Andy, because a letter done come to the lodge hall from a law firm here in town. Your Uncle Harold has done left you $25,000.
$25,000? What a break. Wait till I tell Consuela.
Yeah, wait a minute now. Not so fast, Andy. Your Uncle Harold was a woman hater. And in order to collect the $25,000, he said that you can't be married.
No fool.
In other words, you got to denuptiate yourself from the gal. Now, here's the letter right here.
Wait a minute, Kingfish. Is you on the level here? I just can't believe that wait a minute.
Go ahead.
Hello?
Is this Andrew H. Brown?
Yes, sir.
Well, this is G. Harrington Harrison. I'm handing your uncle's estate for the executors in Georgia. Did you receive my letter?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I just got it.
Well, my secretary happened to point out an item to me in the local newspaper announcing your forthcoming marriage to Consuela Pennington.
Yeah.
You realize, of course, that if this wedding goes through, you forfeit your right to the inheritance.
Yeah, but you see,
Mr. Brown, you have to make up your mind. Do you plan to give up this girl?
Me give up the gal I loves for just $25,000? Ha! 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 I'll be down for the money in the morning.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist, one of the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names. We've done that because we recommend and sell Rexall drug products. One good example is Rexall's relief for simple sore throat, Lozathricin. These antibiotic lozenges not only soothe the throat and help relieve coughing, but also inhibit many bacteria. This is a most important protection. Indeed, any family with frequent colds should keep Lozathricin on hand for relief and protection at the first sign of throat discomfort. Lozathricin is spelled Lozothricin. Lozathricin. Rexall's antibiotic throat lozenges, available at Rexall drug stores everywhere.
Andy, you mean to say that you was going to call off your wedding to Consuela?
Yeah, Amos, in the words of the poet, I could not love her half so much if I loved not money more.
Beautiful thing, but wait a minute, Andy. I'm glad you're going to get the money, but you can't buy happiness with money.
Yeah, but with $25,000, it makes it a pleasure to be unhappy.
Yeah, well, this is something, Andy. Consuela's had a lot of other suitors that she could have married, you know. Yeah, the gal has done bought a trousseau. Her papa done arranged for the wedding. There's going to be a lot of trouble when you breaks the news to her that the wedding's off.
Well, I know. I was awful nervous about it, too. Me and the Kingfisher's going up there this afternoon when she's going to be home alone. He's going to hold my hand and give me moral support while I'm giving her the brush off.
Yeah, well, I hope you're doing the right thing, Andy. Besides Consuela being a very beautiful gal, her papa was going to put you to work, you know, in his hardware store.
Yeah, and when I think it over, that going to work was the thing that really took the charm out of Consuela.
Well, Andy, here's Consuela's house. Now, just go in there and tell her as nice and sweet as possible that the wedding is off.
Yeah, well, I was kind of nervous, Kingfish. I never likes to double-cross a woman to her face. That's what the telephone is for.
Hey, now, look here. You got nothing to worry about. There's no reason for a man to be afraid of a little slip of a girl like that. What kind of a man is you, anyway? Now, you get on in there, and I'll wait for you out here on the porch here.
You're going to wait out here on the porch? I thought you was going to give me support.
Now, listen, Andy, I want you to remember that while you was in there fighting with the gal, I'm going to be here giving you support through 2 feet of stucco.
You mean you ain't coming in with me?
No, Andy, if somebody goes wrong in there, something goes wrong, somebody got to be out here in the clear to go for the ambulance, ain't it?
Oh, yeah, that's right. I never thunk of that, yeah. But I'll knock on the door.
Yeah. Go ahead, now, do the best you can.
Now, get out of sight, Kingfish. Oh, me, I don't know why I was so nervous. She's just a gal. She ain't going to hit me or nothing. Oh, I won't have no trouble at all. How do you do, Consuela?
Why, Andy, honey, you're a sweet old thing. Come in. I was just lolling around here in the house in my slacks and sweater.
Yeah.
Sit down, Andy. Right here on the sofa.
Yeah. Thank you.
And I'll just sit right next to you. There, how's that?
Consuela, I come over here to tell you something very important. You see, boy, it's awful hot for a cold day, ain't it?
Oh, Andy, you're so cute when you're serious. It'll be just like this when we're married. You coming home from work with a lot of silly old problems on your mind. And I'll snuggle up to you like this and...
Consuelo,
And then I'll juggle my sweetie pie under the chin like this. Gitchy, goo-goo. Now, Wendy, you tell me all about that old problem.
Well, excuse me, Consuelo. I'll be right back. I'm going to step out on the porch and get a breath of air. Hey, Kingfish, where is you?
Right here, Andy. What's up?
Kingfish, what was I supposed to tell Consuelo?
Hey, you big dummy, you were supposed to tell her that you was finished, that the wedding is off.
Oh, yeah, that's right. She done gitchy goo-gooed it right out of my mind. Don't worry, I'll tell her.
Are you all right now, Andy?
Yeah, Consuelo.
Now, you sit right here, Andy. I just made some fudge, and I'll get some for us.
Yeah.
But I'll be right back.
Oh, me. Hey, Kingfish.
Yeah, what is it now?
She's getting some fudge.
Andy, will you stop beating around the bush and tell the gal?
Well, can't I wait till I eats the fudge?
Listen, you boob, get in there.
Okay, I'll see what I can...
What is the matter with that crazy Andy? Don't he realize $25,000 is at stake? Let me peek through the curtains here and through the window and see what's going on. Uh-oh. Look at that big slob. She's sitting on his lap and popping fudge into his mouth. I tell you, if he don't...
What are you doing? Window shopping, fella?
No, sir, no. Oh, I didn't see you behind me there, Mr. Fennington.
Oh, it's you, Stephen.
Yes.
You're that friend of Brown's, aren't you?
Oh, yes, sir, yes. I just waiting here. Andy's in there talking to your daughter, Consuelo. That's what he's doing in there.
Well, I just might as well let you know, Stevens, that I'm not too happy about my daughter marrying Brown. She could have done a lot better. Just between the two of us, I think he's a boob.
Oh, yes, sir. I agree with you there. Yes, sir. That's what he is, a real big one. Yeah, he's a boob.
Howsoever, if it's my daughter that wants him, I'm going to see to it that he makes her happy. And I'm a-telling you, if he does anything now or in the future to make her unhappy, he's going to regret it.
Oh, no, sir. He won't do nothing to make her unhappy. He is in there now making with the prenuptial love talk and all that stuff. Ha, 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 yes, sir. Oh, yeah, I tell you, he
Kingfish, Consuelo went for more fudge. I'm going to give that silly gal the brush off as soon as she gets back.
Oh, Andy, say hello to your father-in-law here, right there.
I didn't see him there. How is your papa, dear?
What's going on here? What's this stuff about a brush off?
Oh, no, he didn't say brush off. He said he gonna have to rush off that.
I think we'd all better go inside. I want to find out what's going on around here. After you, Stephen.
Yes, I'll walk in front here.
Oh, Andy, here you are. I have some more fudge. Oh, Daddy and Mr. Stephen.
How you do, Consuelo?
Daughter, what was Brown in here talking to you about?
Well, I don't know, Daddy. He said he had something very important to tell me.
All right, Brown. What was it you wanted to say?
Well, Consuelo,
That's it, Andy, that's it.
That is,
Tell her, Brother Andy, tell her.
Consuelo,
Speak up, Andy.
You makes the best fudge I ever tasted.
Is that all you have to say, Andy?
Yeah.
I wonder if you excuse me and Mr. Brown. We do down at the church to tune up the organ. We'll see you later. Come on, Andy, come on.
So long, everybody, so long. Oh, me, Kingfish, what are we doing now?
And, we got to go over and see Algonquin and J. Calhoun. As long as you can't give up Consuelo, there must be some way that you can still get your hands on that money.
Yeah. Say, you want a piece of fudge, Kingfish?
Fudge?
Yeah, while she was sitting on my lap, I done slipped a batch of it in my pocket.
Oh,
It's the mouthwash that kills germs on contact.
Rexall MI31.
It's the gargle that kills germs on contact.
Rexall MI31.
It's the multi-purpose antiseptic that kills germs on contact.
Yes, MI31 is Rexall's multi-purpose antiseptic, safely used full strength to actually kill germs on contact.
And you'll find so many uses for MI31 at your house, you'll be glad it comes in the big full pint bottle.
You'll get an extra measure of protection in the full pint of MI31 at the same price as other brands of smaller quantity. So, friends, for your families, mouthwash, gargle, and multi-purpose antiseptic, remember,
MI31 kills germs on contact.
Rexall MI31 at Rexall drug stores everywhere, the stores with the orange and blue sign.
Well, that's the whole situation, Calhoun. Now, how can Andy get the money and still marry the gal?
Well, maybe we could do a little codicil fracturing.
Codicil fracture?
Yeah, break the will.
Well, how could we do that, Calhoun?
Well, now, as your attorney, I could go into court and plead noli contendere. I could claim ipso facto, covet emptus, and habeas corpus. I could do that except for one thing.
What is that?
I don't know what them crazy words mean.
Well, listen, Calhoun. The wedding day is only 2 days off. I don't think we got no chance of breaking the will.
Yeah, ain't that a crazy thing? His uncle putting a clause in like that saying that he don't get the money if he's married. Now, what kind of a will is that anyway? Explain that to me.
Now, wait a minute, yeah. Wait a minute. It is kind of a crazy will, and it gives me an idea. The thing to do is get the will declared null and void.
Yeah, but explain to me how you going to null and void the thing up. How you going to do that with all that?
Well, now, according to the letter, Andy is the sole heir.
Mm-hmm.
So if you could prove to that lawyer, J. Harrington Harrison, that Andy's uncle was incompetent when he writ the will would be sold out and Andy could get the money anyway.
Yeah, and that's what we'll do. I tell you what, I'll say that I asked his old family physician from Georgia and certified the boy was incompetent in the head.
Yeah, that's the thing to do, all right, boy.
Yeah, well, I hope this thing works, because if it don't, we is licked.
Boys, don't never take that attitude. Never say die. Don't never give up. Look at me. Number one, did I give up practicing law because I was disbarred? Number two, did I give up practicing law because I couldn't get no clients? Number three, did I give up practicing law because I couldn't make no money? No, I did not. Three of the biggest mistakes I done ever made.
Well, that's right, Mr. Harrison. I got definite proof that my Uncle Harold was off his rocker when he writ that will.
That's a pretty broad statement. I hope you have some proof to back it up.
Oh, yes, sir. That's why I brung this gentleman here. Allow me to introduce Uncle Harold's old family physician. This year's Dr. Stevens, the famous brain surgeon and uncle doctor.
You were the late Mr. Brown's doctor from Georgia?
Yes, I flew up this morning in an airplane. Yeah, I was held up for a while in customs while they frisked me for boll weevils, but they let me out.
Doctor, do I understand you are here to back up the claim that the late Harold Brown was incompetent at the time he wrote this will?
Oh, yes, sir, that's why he is. Yes, sir, I'm positive that he was incompetent at the time. You see, he called me in to make a checkup on him, and, well, the first inkling that I got that he didn't have all his wits about him was when I asked him to stick out his tongue. Instead of him saying, ah, he said, duh.
Yeah, my uncle was really bad off. The doctor explained to me that if he'd have been a horse, they'd have had to destroy him.
Yeah, the poor gentleman certainly wasn't himself. He definitely had the mind of a juvenile. I tapped him on the head with one of them rubber hammers, and his brain had a 12-year-old ping to it.
Well, Doctor, I hope you got some other medical opinions on this.
Oh, yes, sir, yes, sir. Well, to tell you the truth, seeing the situation was like it was, I called the Mayo brothers for their consultation, and they give him the introductory $9 checkup that they had, you see.
I see. And just what was their medical opinion?
Well, they say that he was definitely juvenile. They say all we could do was to watch him, and if he got any worse, to get him a playpen.
Yes. You know, Mr. Stevens, for a doctor, I must say, you're the strangest talking medical man I ever met.
Well, that proves that my uncle was incompetent. If he was in his right mind, he'd have never hired a bum like this.
Yes, I have no doubt of that. Tell me, Dr. Stevens, just where did you study medicine?
Oh, I studied it in the most famous medical school in the world.
Oh, you studied at Johns Hopkins?
Oh, no, sir, I never left the country. I stayed right here in the United States.
Just as I thought.
No.
Brown, I'm sure when you came in my office, you noticed on the door, J. Harrington Harrison, attorney at law.
Oh, yes, sir. I see that, all right.
And you realize that to be an attorney, I had to go to college, attend law school, and pass the bar examination. And furthermore,
never mind getting wound up there, mister. Tell me this. Did you swallow our story or didn't you?
I didn't.
Yeah. Well, what happens now?
See here, Brown. The terms of the will are explicit and final. If you marry this Pennington girl or any other woman, you forfeit all claims to the estate. I must have your decision by the first thing tomorrow morning.
No. Come on, Andy. Well, Andy, what you going to do? Number's $25,000.
I'm just going to call up Consuela and call the whole thing off.
Yeah, you're doing the right thing, Andy.
Yeah. Just one question, Kingfish.
Mm-hmm.
Did the Mayo brothers really want to put my uncle in the playpen?
Oh, Andy, what did you... Well, Andy went up to Consuela's and tell her that the wedding was off. Now, when he gets to $25,000, I'll take about half of that.
Hey, Kingfish, I got to see you right away.
Yeah, well, what in the world is the matter, Andy? Didn't you tell the gal the wedding was off?
Yeah, sure, I told her that. And on the way here, I stopped in my room and looked up the family records. There was never no Harold Brown in the family. I never had no Uncle Harold.
Hey, but wait a minute, Andy. What about the letter from the lawyer, J. Harrington Harrison? Why in the world would he write a letter like that if it wasn't true?
I don't know, Kingfish. I don't know.
Well, I thought I loved Andy, but when he told me he wanted to call the marriage off, I guess I was mistaken. I can't understand why he did it. Can you, darling?
I have an idea, Consuela. But let's forget about Andy Brown, now that you're going to be Mrs. G. Harrington Harrison.
Now, Harlow Wilcox with a warning for men with a dangerous burden.
Excess pounds can shorten your life. Yet there's no reason in the world to haul that extra weight around when you can lose 5 pounds a week with the Delafield Reducing Plan for Men. This remarkably successful plan gives you not 1, but 3 reducing aids in one convenient kit. You get the Delafield Appetite-Reducing Wafers. You get vitamins. You get the Delafield Reducing Book with wholesome menus and plenty of common-sense reducing tips. In fact, this is the one complete reducing plan so safe and sound and sure that it's recommended by Rexall druggists all over the country. So, men, if your doctor says your excess pounds are not organically caused, take them off easily. Take them off safely. Take them off now with the Delafield Reducing Plan for Men. Remember, only Rexall drugstores sell the Delafield Reducing Plan for Men.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Charles Correll. I just wanted to remind you that you can help defeat the oldest crippler known to man, arthritis. You can do that by supporting the Arthritis Rheumatism Foundation. Thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, when you visit your Rexall family druggist, tell him that Amos and Andy sent you. Thank you and good night.
See you next Sunday.
Is there a single vitamin product that provides all the vitamins?
Plenamins give you more than your minimum daily requirement of all vitamins with known minimums.
Plenamins?
Plenamins. Plenamins, the Rexall multivitamins at Rexall drugstores everywhere. Be sure to be with us at the same time next Sunday when your Rexall druggist will again present the Amos and Andy Show, transcribed and directed by Cliff Howell. Stay tuned for the Bing Crosby program, which follows immediately over most of these same stations.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
And Gracie Allen. When the Burnses returned from Europe last month, they found Gracie's Uncle John living in the house. And ever since, Gracie's been trying to figure out how to keep George from sending him home. Her present strategy is to keep George so happy that he'll forget her uncle is even around.
Good morning, sweetheart. Look what I brought you.
Breakfast in bed again?
Well, of course, darling. A breakfast fit for a king, which is what you are. You're a king, and this house is your castle.
I can't understand all this service.
Shall I throw open the window and let in some California air, or would you rather see what you're eating?
Leave it closed. By the way, Gracie, I've been wanting to talk to you about your Uncle John.
Oh, have a piece of toast, darling.
I've been wanting to tell you this now for 4 weeks.
Well, all right. I give up. Go ahead and say it.
He's a nice little guy, and it's okay if he stays here.
What? You mean I've been serving you breakfast in bed all week for nothing?
I thought you did that because I'm a king and this house is my castle.
Well, hop out of bed, Your Majesty. You've got a lot of castle work to do.
Wait a minute. I've got something else to say. That friend of your uncle's, that Mr. Purvis, he's got to go.
Well, he doesn't live here, George. He sleeps in the park.
He eats here. 3 meals a day he eats here. Let him eat someplace else.
Well, he hasn't any money.
Let him get a job and earn some.
He doesn't like to work.
Then let him get married like I did. Just tell him that he can get his meals at the Salvation Army.
Well, George, could you walk in there and ask for a handout if you were wearing your expensive brown suit?
No.
Well, neither can Mr. Purvis.
He's wearing... Where did I get out of bed? Where's my bedroom slippers?
Mr. Purvis wears a size 12, too.
You didn't?
Yes, I did.
I'm surprised you didn't give him my razor and shaving cream.
Well, I'll see you downstairs, Beaver.
I just dropped by to see if you could go to that sale with me, Gracie.
Well, I tried, Blanche. How much longer does it run?
Let's see. Where's the calendar?
Right there beside the stove.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my, what a beautiful picture of Whistler's mother.
Oh, so that's who that is. Well, he ought to be ashamed of himself.
Who, Whistler?
Yes, making his mother sit around in a beat-up shawl when he's the star of a big radio show.
Oh, no. You see, Gracie, let it go. What's the idea of the red circle around the date today?
Oh, I don't know, Blanche. George must have done that. It's his handwriting.
How
can you tell? It's just a circle.
Well, that's the way he makes it know. Bet George marked the calendar to remind me of something. He knows how forgetful I am.
Well, this couldn't be your wedding anniversary, could it?
Oh, no. We were married in June. In fact, when Mother writes to me, she still refers to George as that June groom. Oh, poor Mama. She spells June G-O-O-N.
Well, anyway, this isn't the day you were married.
No, that was June 1st. Hey, maybe it's the anniversary of the first day George kissed me. No, that was June 7th, the week after we were married.
George was kind of shy, wasn't he?
Well, he still is, Blanche. When he takes a bath, he turns the towel marked tight toward the wall.
The more I see of George, the more I like your mother's spelling.
I've just got to find out what this day means to him, Blanche.
Well, why don't you ask him?
Oh, and let him know that I don't know? Suppose it's a sentimental anniversary. Why, it would break his heart. He's terribly sensitive.
Thin-skinned, huh?
Oh, yes, very. He even cuts himself shaving.
Well, lots of men cut themselves shaving.
With a brush?
Say, Gracie, maybe this is the anniversary of the day you two met.
No. We met at a Halloween party. I had a date with Riley Jackson. Riley was wearing a mask that made him look like Duffy the dwarf.
Yeah. How did you meet George?
Well, when everybody unmasked, I grabbed George by mistake.
Say, Gracie, maybe if you pretend you know what day this is, you can trick George into letting it slip.
That's a good idea, Blanche. He's in the den reading the paper. Excuse me a moment. George.
Yes, Gracie?
Happy to you. Happy to you.
Wait a minute. What is this?
You thought I'd forgotten, didn't you?
Forgotten what?
That today is your
My
Don't worry, George. I may forget my name. I may even forget where I live. But I'll never forget that it was on this day years ago that you first
Well, that's nice. And, Gracie.
Yes, dear?
Happy to you, too. Now get out of here and let me read the paper.
But, George, I want to talk some more about
Gracie, I'm busy now. Stop bothering me.
Would you rather have a wife who drinks?
Ow, chew.
Any luck, Gracie?
Well, I found out it's something we celebrate together. He wished me a happy one, too.
I know how to find out what kind of an anniversary this is. Bake George a cake.
Bake him a cake?
Yeah. And then when you give it to him, he'll say, "Why, Gracie, it's a blank anniversary cake."
Yeah, that's just what he'll say, too. He hates my cake.
You're not so good, huh?
No, I have bad luck. I tried to bake him a birthday cake, and when I put it in the oven, the candles melted all over it.
Well, maybe you better go down to the corner bakery and buy one.
I'll do it, Black. See you later.
Thanks for the Coke, George. Say, you think you can make that Stanford game?
I don't know, Bill. When is it?
Well, it's either next week or the week after. Where's your calendar?
Right there beside the stove.
Oh, yeah. Hey, who painted this picture of you?
That's Whistler's mother.
Oh, the shawl fool.
Oh, yeah.
Whistler's mother? Is this the best you can do, George? You ought to see the girls on my calendar.
You and your girl. This is a masterpiece of art. It's worth 3 of your pin-up girls.
It is?
Yeah. Want to trade?
No, thanks. Hey, what's the idea of the red circle around today's date?
I don't know, Bill. Gracie must have done that.
Well, probably to remind her something, huh? A red circle. Hey, maybe this is the day you go to the blood bank.
I haven't been to the blood bank since the war ended.
They deliver it to you at home now. You love old jokes, don't you, Bill? Yeah, George, you're my favorite person.
Wait a minute. This must be what Gracie was hinting about earlier. Today is some special anniversary or something. I'd better ask her.
Ask her and let her know that you don't know? Women are sentimental about these things, George. You'll break her heart. Now think. Not your wedding anniversary, is it?
Oh, no. We were married in June. Never forget how mad I got when Gracie's mother hit me with that rice.
Well, George, every mother throws rice at her son-in-law.
In 5-pound bags?
Say, maybe this is the anniversary of the day that you two met.
Nah, we met at a Halloween party. Gracie really fell for me, Bill. She had a date with another fella, but the minute I took off my mask, she grabbed me.
You're kidding.
No, I'm not. I was a handsome devil. I had what it took.
Yeah, well, apparently somebody took it and didn't bring it back.
This isn't finding out what today means to Gracie.
No. Well, I've got an idea, George. You know that bakery on the corner where the pretty brunette works?
Yeah.
Go down there and buy Gracie a cake. It's good for any occasion.
Okay. Come along.
Oh, no thanks, George. When I see something sweet, I just have to grab it.
So grab it.
If I do, we'll wait on you.
See you later, Romeo.
May I wait on you, please?
Oh, yes, thank you. I want to order a special cake for my husband, George Burns.
I see. Egg layer?
Well, he laid a few invoices. But he's improved a lot since then.
I was referring to the cake, madam. Our special today is egg layer. I can also give you a very good price on a sponge.
No, I'd rather have a cake.
Right. And what would you like written on it?
Well, now there you've got me.
Well, while you're making up your mind, I'll wait on the gentleman who just came in.
Yeah, all right.
May I help you, sir?
Yes. I want the best cake you've got. Make it real fancy. It's for my wife. I want everything on it.
Nuts?
Yeah, but I'm nuts about it. Oh, you mean the top of the cake? Yes. You see, today is sort of a special anniversary, and I thought
Why,
that...
George, what are you doing here?
Oh, hello, Gracie. I just dropped in to buy a cake to celebrate our, whatchamacallit?
You mean I...
Yeah.
Well, I've already ordered the cake for that, but I can't decide what to put on it.
How about nuts?
George, that's not very sentimental.
I meant walnuts or pecans.
Oh!
If you'll tell me what the occasion is, I'll know what to write on the cake.
Well, tell her, George.
You tell her, Gracie.
You tell her.
Well, write happy... how do you spell it, Gracie?
Happy.
No. How do you spell what today is?
Oh, you mean Wednesday.
W-E, I know that, yes.
May I make a suggestion? Instead of writing on the cake, let's just put candles on it.
Oh, that's a good idea. Put lots of candles on it.
Yeah, 100 candles.
I'll do it. And happy birthday, sir.
Well, Gracie, did you find out what you and George are celebrating today? Not yet, Blanche, but I better. We bought a cake and we're even giving a party tonight. This thing is getting bigger than both of us. You're in a spot. Yes. I've even been reading some of George's old love letters, hoping they'd give me a clue. Is any luck? Well, not yet, but, what letters he wrote. What nuggets of passion. Oh, let's hear some. Yeah, you might be embarrassed. You never heard pretty intimate. George even tries to deny they're his. Are they written in George's hand? No, they're on paper. I put them in this drawer. Oh, now, here they are. I'll start with this one. All right. By the way, Blanche, what are all these X's at the bottom? Well, those are kisses. Oh, really? Yeah. Wonder how George ever got his lips into that shape.
Read the letter, Gracie.
All right. George wrote these while he was traveling in vaudeville, and each one is a poem.
Oh, that is sweet. Unusually thoughtful for a man.
Yes, now listen to this. I long to be with you, my belle, but they hold my trunk at the Grand Hotel. And so you're in my thoughts again. I love you, darling. Send me 10.
What a love letter.
Yeah, isn't it sweet? Now, listen to this one. I love you lots. I love you plenty. I love you madly. Send me 20.
What passion.
Passion, huh?
Constantly.
Well, here's even a shorter one. You're a double nifty. Send me 100. That one doesn't rhyme.
Too bad. It would have saved you $50. Will it read some more? No, I can see we won't get any clues from Minnie the Moocher's correspondence.
So, Blanche, I've just had a brilliant thought. I know how to get George to say what day this is. I'll pick a fight with him.
Pick a fight with him?
But sure. And then he'll say, well, of all days to start a fight, this is a fine way to celebrate our anniversary. And then I'll say, what anniversary? And then he'll tell me. Brilliant idea, huh?
Well...
I got that right out of my own head. It's solid. Now, wait here, Blanche.
Oh, hello, sweetheart. Ready for our party tonight?
How dare you talk to me like that?
Huh?
You hate me. You despise me.
Darling, I was just going out to buy you a present. I love you.
That does it. That does it. I'm going home to Mother.
Of all days to start a fight.
Yeah, this is a fine way to celebrate our anniversary.
What anniversary?
Oh. Something went wrong.
What?
Well, hey, excuse me, dear. I'll see you later.
Going home to your mother?
No, of course not. I'm going out to buy you a present.
Make it a large bottle of aspirin.
May I help you, madam?
Oh, yes, I'd like to buy a present for my husband.
Good. We have the country's largest selection of sporting goods next to Abercrombie & Fitch in New York.
Well, I wish you had it out here. But I guess we can find something.
Yes, I'm certain we can. What is your husband's favorite sport? Does he bowl?
Oh, certainly not. I wouldn't allow it.
What's wrong with bowling?
Well, it can't be nice if you do it in an alley.
Madam, I assure you bowling is a very clean and excellent sport.
Really? Well, what would he need for bowling?
One of these bowling balls.
Oh, all right. I'll take... Oh, no. You're not going to sell me one of these. They've got holes in them.
Those are finger holes.
Mm-hmm, I thought so. I won't buy cantaloupes that have been poked. The same thing goes for these. You know, you can't fool me. I've been around.
Too many times, I'd say.
Oh, my goodness, your prices are outrageous. $15 for one snowshoe.
This is a racket.
Huh, certainly is. What's that thing?
We stock that for our English customers. It's a cricket bat.
A cricket? My goodness, they must have awfully big crickets over there.
Does your husband do any hunting?
Oh, no. He doesn't even own a gun.
How fortunate for you. Now, how about one of these nice volleyballs? You'll find that your husband... Come on, George. This lingerie shop is the perfect place to buy a present for Gracie. I know the girl who runs it.
Bill, I can't buy stuff like that from a woman. I'd be too embarrassed.
Yeah? Well, what'd you do during the war when they had women clerks every place?
Until Japan surrendered, I went without underwear.
Now, look, George, the girl who runs this lingerie shop just came over from France. She's trying to get a start in business, and I'm helping her.
Well...
I'm the only friend she's got, George. Why, she learned her first English word on a date with me.
No.
That's the word. And I'm
helping her study to become a citizen, too. Come on in, George.
But still, all she sells is unmentionables. They are pretty, though. I like those black lace thingamajigs in the window.
You mean panties? Yeah. Oh, come on in, George.
Oh, bonjour, Madame, bonjour. Ça c'est merveilleux de vous voir. Vous aime, vous adore.
What'd she say, Bill? What all the girls say to me? Only she said it in French. Michelle, I'd like you to meet my friend, George Burns. He wants to buy some things for his wife.
Oh, je suis enchantée.
Bonjour. Bill tells me he's been helping you to study to become a citizen.
Oh, really? Every night Bill comes to my apartment, and I practice over and over and over again what a girl must do to become a citizen. But I have one question.
What is that?
Who does a man kiss to become a citizen?
Bill, did you mislead this girl?
Yeah. But it wasn't all kidding, George. I went over the questions with her, too.
I want to buy a set of that stuff that women wear under the stuff that they wear over the stuff that I want to buy.
Oh, oui, monsieur. Voilà. Here's a complete set. Black nightgown, bra, girdle.
George, come back here.
Hello, Uncle John. Mr. Purvis. Well, I'm glad you're home. Oh, I'm glad. I have exciting news for you. But first, happy birthday. Oh, happy.
Well, thanks, Uncle John. I didn't think you'd remember.
Oh, yes. I put a circle around the date on the calendar. Oh, yes. How old are you today?
26.
That's a nice age. 22. Oh, that's nice.
Hey, what's all them packages on the table?
That's exciting news. Exciting. Mr. and Mrs. Burns have found out that this was your birthday. And they've been out buying these presents.
No.
Yes. Oh, they're kind. Oh, they have big hearts. Good hearts. One apiece, you know.
Hey, this is exciting. I'm going to open this fancy present.
Oh, that's the one Mr. Burns bought for you. Oh, it's pretty.
Hey. Looks like clothes.
Well, take it out of the box. Take it out.
Yeah. Hey, look at that.
My. A long black T-shirt.
Let's see what the next thing is.
Yeah. Oh, I know what that is. That's a girdle. Oh, yes. Oh, that's a girdle.
Why, Uncle John. How do you know that?
I'd rather not tell. No, I can't tell.
Now, come on.
Well, if you must know, I saw George undressing.
You know, these are kind of funny presents, but I ain't one to look a gift horse in the mouth. Say, well, where are Mr. and Mrs. Burns?
They're getting dressed for your party.
They're giving me a party?
Oh, yes. And what a party. Food, champagne, people. Oh, it'll be gay, I tell you.
Gee, I don't know what to say about all this. I just want a ball.
Well, Mrs. Burns brought you one, a volleyball. Oh, it'll be a gay night tonight.
Quiet, please. Now, did everybody get enough food and champagne? All right. Now, you men, help yourselves to George's cigar.
Hey, Gracie, we want to know what the occasion is.
Yeah, what are we celebrating?
All right. You've waited long enough, and now the time has come to tell you. So, without further delay, I present my husband, who will tell you.
Okay. All right, friends. It's hard for me to put my feelings into words, so I'll say it with music. From time to time... Boom, 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 boom. Okay. I know you're all waiting to hear what day this is. So here's Gracie to tell you.
Well, thank you. And in conclusion, I hope you'll all profit from the lesson George and I have learned. That happiness cannot buy money.
Hey, now, cut out the foolishness. We want to know what we're celebrating.
Yeah, seriously, I think the person who put the circle on the calendar is the one who should make a speech.
Oh, I'm not much at making a speech. Oh, no. I'm not much at all.
Oh, Uncle John, did you mark the calendar?
Yes. Because it's Mr. Purvis's birthday.
What?
So let's have a speech from Mr. Purvis.
You're all so nice, you're making me cry. And I don't want to mess up Mr. Burns' new suit.
Well, then, let's all sing. Happy birthday to Mr. Purvis. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Oh, look, everybody, look. Isn't that sweet? George is keeping time by beating his head on the floor. Happy birthday, Mr. Purvis.
Burns' Gracie Allen program was transcribed in Hollywood. Now here are our stars.
Good night, folks.